Sorry, chat. Did I say I was going to be here at 10? I should have said there's been a massive change of plans. I'm not going to tell anybody that there's been a massive change of plans, but I'm here now. It's okay. The update I have for you about today's stream, I'm not going to tell you that either, unfortunately. That's going to come at some point in the future, but I can't actually tell you when that's going to be. So unfortunately, you're just going to have to trust me from now on, if that's okay. Coming up today on Outcasts to Icons. That's better. Now I feel better. No roadmap. Nope. If I had one, I would have put it on the chair, but sadly I was sans roadmap. It could be. Yeah, sorry, chat. I've had to delay the stream. Passive aggressive. Well, I just felt like something different today, you know? Plus, that chair was nice and still. I had to stand up extra early to make sure it wasn't still wibbling. I stood there, I was like, how long do I give it before I walk in? I figured the moment someone's like, that's my moment. Bay Hudson, thank you very much for the 46 months as well. Shout out to Chair, what a guy. Also, account user, thank you for the 20. And Aaron, thank you for the 50 bloody one. That's amazing. Looks like piss, tastes like piss. It's piss. Piss with ink. Sorry, that's really deep cut there for some reason. Wait, there's a new episode of Sweeper? Let me just turn this down a little bit as well. Oh. I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. Thing is, right, I don't know if you could hear, just as that happened, this sort of sound of complete defeatist from me. I think it was just a, oh, no, as I faded away. Oh, dear. This was an alright team. I'm hoping we're going to make them a little bit more than alright. That's going to be the plan anyway. It does, of course, mean that we're unlikely to find ourselves in Poland in this save, just because we're playing. You heard it. Oh, God. I didn't know, because sometimes it fades me out. Just the sound of a defeated man on a Saturday morning. Seems off. No, I'm very much on. If you refresh the stream, you should find me. News.
The Darcy Sandero, FM25, has been delayed. Now I wish we even heard that. And the Sharks' short term is getting even worse.
I know.
After last night's trade, I don't think we're winning another game. Trust in the process and stay succulent.
Maybe I am gone. Maybe I am gone. FM25 news. Yes, have you not heard? Yeah, there isn't any news. The news is we don't apparently know anything.
Let's go, Seraing.
Thank you for the 51 months, though, Inferno. And the Gasman, thank you for the 25. Man's drunk. No, I'm drunk on power. Power and piss and such. Not really just yeah, I know. It's because there's really no excuse at this point, given that I've been streaming on Sunday now for... When did I start streaming on Sunday? Offers in not normal. That's not very nice. Also, how am I any different to normal? I don't really have normal. This is normal. Ah, dear. Yeah, let's do that thing where we pretend we scored a goal and we can pretend there was news. It's actually the 33rd of January today, chat. So stay tuned, baby, for that Sunday at midday drop. You know it's coming. It would just be like, psych. Yeah, I'm surprised. Actually, am I surprised? Because didn't I literally say at the end of last stream that I was expecting absolutely nothing? So no news is good news, right? Yeah, I don't think that kind of translates to games development, generally speaking. Particularly not when it's already been delayed. It seems... That's true, they didn't specify which January. It could even be January 2027 for all we know. It's just a little bit concerning when the game's already been delayed and they say, right, we'll get you some news at the end of January about it, and then there's nothing. I see zero ways in which that could ever be a good thing. Basically, I just see zero way that would ever be a good thing. They said January. In that case, their cop-out has been removed, Thomas. Thank you. You've got them there. Well, then there's no chance. I know, what are we doing on a Sunday without having a job hunt stream? What is this kind of craziness? We've got Seraing and our inability to score a goal and the Houdini experiments. Waiting on the time machine. True. That is a outside the box thinking, and I appreciate that. February 30th incoming. What should be a double leap year and they get fucked by that too in some way. It's not amazing, is it? Hang on. Was our finances always insecure or were they okay? Or is it just because we've continued to hemorrhage money on account of the, Is it just me? I might be being silly here. But it seems like the debt is going up despite us paying it back and not taking out any new loans. How has it gone up? When there's no new loans been taken out and we're paying the interest back. Is this just FM being FM? Hey, when did these start? That was last April, so that's the most recent one, last April. That doesn't make any sense. How could the debt go up when we're paying it back and we haven't taken out any new loans? Unless the interest we're paying... Maybe we're paying on... Wait. I don't know how this works in FM. Unless we're paying off less money than the interest, but I don't think FM works like that, does it? Net debt takes into account... Balance into account. Does it really? That's strange. Sorry, is Enron doing my accounting? That's super weird, because by definition, if it's in my bank, it's not debt. Do they understand what debt is? Debt is money owed, right? That's so weird. What did you miss? Well, you missed 2 streams, pretty much. That's... it's a lot to... Basically, the way I can sum it up is simply this. We underperform our XG a lot. And Belgium is really fun. That's the best way I can describe it. That's not done well for us there, has it? There was me thinking, oh yeah, we're doing fine. Like, we're slowly paying off the debt, slowly but surely, and it's somehow even more than it was when we got here, despite us paying off over £1 million of it in the meantime, right? But on the plus side, there is a 5-star intake. But whether we get to that today or not, I don't think so. Just because of, actually, we're in January and there's a lot of games between now and April when our intake is. Journeyman. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, it is a Journeyman save. If you do exclamation mark save, you'll get like a little explainer as to what we're actually trying to do here. Net debt. Debt minus balance. I guess, but that's just a really weird way of putting... Who would ever look at their debts like that? It's a bit like saying, hey, I owe 200 grand on my house, but I've got 200 quid in my bank account, so my net debt is £999,800. Like that. What a strange way to go about it. But on the plus side, all we need to do is sell someone for loads of money and it'll be fine. It does feel like Enron is running the club a little bit here. Which is less than ideal. Adidas. I haven't actually got round to doing it. I've only just been... I haven't even finished with Africa yet as far as those. Oh, good, you're right. There actually is a... Oh, full-on badge as well. I found some very strange clubs. For example, there is a club in Japan simply called Monkey Banana. I have zero explanation as to how that name came about. First team to save. No, this is technically the 4th team, actually. But we don't talk about the 3rd team. Reflection of the Alps. Maybe Enron have an offices there. Smekes to Real Madrid. That's true. Smekes for 20 million quid. Not a problem. I like that I even have a badge in here. What does that even say? Soccer all day I dream... Oh, hang on. All day I dream about soccer. I like that, actually. So where the monkey business... No, literally. And I know that it's in this save because it was in this save that I was using to actually find these clubs. Monkey Banana FC. There you go. It's a real team in the Japanese Wakayama Ken League.
Hello, Matto and Chatto. Are the FM25ers truly the friends we made along the way?
It is.
Also,
it is one
was at the
Scarlet.
football
It is.
yesterday and watching the Royal Rumble. I'm absolutely exhausted, and the FM news, or lack thereof, is very concerning.
FC Egg. No disrespect to Egg. You can't be disrespecting Egg like that. No, I found some crazy shit. There was some... My favourite one of the ones I found recently actually was Thundercats. There's a team in, I think it's the Northern Mariana Islands, just called Thundercats, which is just an amazing name. Japan also has Kwasson Soccer Club and FC Jam, which is tremendous. Well, the badge might have it, but obviously it's lower league Japan, so hey. I also found a team in the Northern Mariana Islands, literally called Women. It was... I swear, they were called WNT. These guys, look. Women's National Team Football Club. I love it. They're ready for FM25. We're not. They're ahead of their times. Oh, let's see. Oh, I don't know what the score was, I'll be honest. But there you go. There's Northern Mariana Islands. It's a thing that has happened. We're going to crack on today because a couple of little things. we've had some bids on some players. Oh, hello. That's a new one. That is new. We've got a bid on Haidini, but it's an absolutely crap bid. We've also got a bid on Bueno, which I am letting go through because then again, I may not. We've got to be careful with selling Bueno because I'm worried that we may lose Valentin Guillaume because I tried to offer him a new contract and he wanted £3,000 a week, which, while technically we can offer, we actually technically can't offer. So that would be a problem for us if we were to lose him. Also, Christopher Lawrence got a bid from RFC Liège as well for like £5,000. So I've denied that. What is this one here? Oh. This feels like one we 100% have to take because I don't see him moving for any real money, Mr. Gregoire here. And if we could get 150 grand off this French mob... Is my camera frozen? Surely not. Incredible scenes. Well, okay then. There is no pervert money, unfortunately. It is, I don't know if that was the correct thing to do there. Complete and utter cinema. Look at us go. Pervert money, it's not so much that it's gone, it's just that sometimes they'll randomly decide to, like, not do anything with it. There we go. So it's still there, but they're currently no longer letting us actually do anything with that money. So they may come back in for it later. Point is, I don't see any real way of getting any more out of Loam Gregoire. He is playing for Concarneau. But, like, are they really likely to sell him to anybody that we're going to get a load of money? And it's another one of these kind of we need the money now type of situation because he has a bid on it or something. What, Mr. Gregoire? I don't believe so. He was just tired, wasn't he? Yeah, he's just needing a rest. Doesn't appear to be any interest in the player. Oh, the perv, maybe. No, he's loan listed. I mean, he looks like a... To be fair, it's just as well they actually did sell him to them, really, because he's a striker that we'd have absolutely no use for. A striker that can apparently play left back with his one tackling. Bueno, he is a central midfielder. He was the guy that was sort of behind Valentin Guillaume, but never really got to play because Guillaume's just been so damn good. Hello, Hadrian! Do you know, I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite spiffy. What the hell was that game yesterday? Like, seriously, what the hell? Quite literally the definition of a game of two halves. He does look like a solid striker, yeah, for sure. I think we take the money for Gregoire. 150 grand. Get some more money in the bank bill. The bank bill? Pushes us back up on there. You're right, it absolutely does take that into account. It's stupid, but it does. Fair enough. I love that they've been paying off a loan since before the start of the save as well. Which is mad. Well, bounce back from Forest. I'll tell you what, that's a hell of a way to respond. Wasn't quite expecting 7-0. Yeah, the Tonali yellow card was nonsense. I also thought that Newcastle were unlucky not to get a free kick in the build-up to us getting a free kick, which we scored the winning goal from. I thought that it was a foul on Gordon. It was weird, though. Newcastle just seemed to be... In the second half, there just seemed to be a lack of tempo and energy from Newcastle, for whatever reason. And I was really surprised by that from us, because I didn't think that we'd actually be able to recover from that situation. We just seemed like we were kind of a bit listless. And then all of a sudden, in the second half, we just found a second win and actually looked quite good. Created a lot more. I mean, we didn't have a shot on target in the first half. And at that point, I just assumed it was going to be a case of, all right, we'll just come out and lose 2-0 in the second. But we didn't. Yeah, midweek obviously is massively important. I do wonder if it was a case of players not wanting to be quite as over the top. Because, you know, you don't want to get injured for that game. Because I would love to see a League Cup final of Newcastle Spurs. Because I just would love to see that game. No, the game of two halves, you definitely don't want a game of two halves. A game of one half is bad enough. So, we have a game today, which is against, well, quite a good side. Also, I was informed on the VOD of the reason why Stade Liège are called Stade Liège 16, and I have immediately forgotten the reasoning, but it was actually kind of interesting. Let me just log into my other account so I can find it, because it was a really interesting explanation as to why that's the case. Shout out to Mike, as always. Let's, where's my comment section? Where is my comment section? How do I even get to it? Is it that one? Nope. How do I get to the comment section on my individual videos? Hello, Pog. This is the 15th. Right, here we go. Their B team is called SL16 because 16 is their matricule number, which is a number assigned to all Belgian clubs based on when they were founded. My understanding is that having a low number is seen as a status symbol for the country's oldest clubs, and it often features somewhere in their badges. For example, Antwerp are number 1. I have no idea what a matricule number is, but that is the reason that they're called Standard Liège 16, because of their matricule number. I still don't even know what that means, but that's really cool, and I like it. Silly little status symbol. Also, it's just like whenever the club was registered. Okay, I like that. It makes more sense than whatever the hell I was saying last stream. Than most things do, right? Oh, is that... Hang on, do Antwerp actually have that on their badge? I'm curious now. Oh, you're right, they sure do, don't they? They're like number 1. And to be fair, they have won a few titles in this save, so number 1 in many ways, in fact. Merry FC. We are number 1. Oh, hello. I'm not seeing a Merry FC. I'm seeing Sam Morsey. Let me just filter by clubs. Oh god, there's 100 of them. And I can't filter this page, because if we filter it and sort it, then it won't let us ever use relevance later in the stream. Just gonna look out for Japan on the list. Oh, there's one. There's Marigold. I did actually nearly put Marigold on one of the videos, but I had to cut it for time because of Instagram. Antwerp is the YouTube comment that says first. You're absolutely spot on, yes. Antwerp are that guy. Strikerless Life, honestly, Weasel Farmer, is weird. So, we're 9th in the league, which is exactly where we're supposed to be, in terms of where the board expects us to be. 5 points off the promotion spots, and 10 points off the relegation zone, and top of the league by miles on XG. So, you know, eventually it will come around, right? He says, very hopefully. So, the experiment continues. The Houdini experiment do in fact continue. And I am excited. Particularly as we've lost a few more guys to the loans returns and whatnot. We're on January 8th now. Obviously, I went a little bit ahead after last stream because we had that like random bit. Oh, they've gone for a full-on... there is 3 guys in their team. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, no, he's a regen. Still scary, but particularly as this is a guy from Ghent's first team, technically. They've also got Rosangelo Dahl, who's on 8k a week, and their goalkeeper, Luka Lieskic, is also here. It could be worse. And they have a Pakistan player called Mohammed Gul, which is just a good name. Pakistan-Belgium is a lovely combination I've not seen. But club finances. Yes, we sold him to a team in, I believe, the Ivory Coast. Last week, he probably did, let's be honest. Yeah, so we managed to sell Kamiogo, and that obviously fixed that entire issue. He's a Belgian amateur. No, he isn't. Oh, you're absolutely right. He is. Virton. God damn it, man. If he was Swedish, his name would be Pakistan Yellow or something, I think. No, his name wouldn't be Pakistan Yellow. His name would be Mohammed Yellow, which is actually even better. But no real FM notes. I'm not asked about it because, at the end of the day, it's a video game, right? But at the same time, I'm also just like, if you say a thing and yet again you then don't meet that deadline, it doesn't suggest that it's in the best state, does it? Right? Hello, Daz. How's it going, man? I'm good. Full of a back, which means next week we'll be back to being shit again. It's good times. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm just like, put it this way, it's, as always with these things, if you have something that's worth sharing, you'd have shared it by now, which suggests that there's a reason they haven't shared anything, which does make me worry about this March release date, right? Next week is FA Cup. Is it next week? And that case is the week after. I can't wait to watch Fulham play Wigan. To be fair, I'd rather play Wigan than like a team that's like lower end of the Premier League away from home, because that feels like all the time Fulham get those FA Cup ties like that. 6 months. We do know what we do know, little man, is that you've got 5 Australia caps now. I'll have to look it up after stream, but you've played a couple. I think the last time we looked, you'd played like 2 games in the G'day League for any good games today. I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, the Spurs Brentford game is kind of interesting because I actually feel like randomly Spurs will just go and win there, even though nothing in the world suggests that they should. Like, particularly with how good Brentford are at home. But I just have a feeling. Still went from March 6th. Yeah, I don't believe that was ever actually a lock-in thing. I think those numbers that you saw there were just random placeholders that don't really mean anything. So, have they actually signed Matisse Tell? Or is it a different player? Delay till May. At that point, what's the point in releasing a game when the season that the game is representing is quite literally over? At that point. Hello! It's... Oh my god, hang on. Just, did he tell them no? No way. So I was listening to a podcast when I went running yesterday, and I thought the deal had been done. Kevin Danter, that's a bit of a throwback. I like that. I think that's only a throwback because I probably remember him being quite good on FM a couple of FMs ago. He probably still is, right? How come it clearly shows? That's what I mean. Like, just tell us, right? Hydini's actually scored a goal. That is his first goal of the season in the league. In 16 matches. Like, at this point, if it's May, is there any point? It's out of context FM. Oh, yeah, in that case, it's nonsense then. I mean, everything they tweet is nonsense, so yeah. Tomorrow said no too. Damn. I guess at the end of the day, they have to be able to buy into not even a culture, but like they have to buy into the project, right? And at the moment, the project doesn't look particularly appetizing for players because they're never going to make Europe this year. They'll be lucky if they get like, well, top half actually. Even that seems like a bit of a stretch if they can't get something together. But they will get injuries back to full fitness towards the end of the season, so you'd think the results will pick up. But morale is an incredibly important thing, right? Yeah, no, I saw the crazy trade in the NBA, and yet for some reason it still feels like the Rantanen to Carolina one is more. Because that was the Doncic to the Lakers, right? It was one of the first things I actually saw when I woke up today on Instagram, was just randomly that of all things, even though I don't follow basketball in any way. With the next 10 days, there you go. But players coming back from injury doesn't immediately mean they're back to their best, does it, though? That's the thing. Like, and they're also always in that risky window of re-injury. There's been a lot of wild mid-season trade stuff in both the NBA and the NHL. Like, way further away from the trade deadline. You'd expect this sort of stuff towards the end of March. Massanello, I don't know, actually, because did he provide the assist for the goal? He may have done. No, I feel like it was Ngoy, wasn't it? Mikey, thank you for the 12 months. That's a full bloody year. You love to see it. We're going to concede, aren't we? We've legitimately been the better side by miles yet again. Oh, over the bar. Come on. Yeah, JT Miller to the Rangers as well. And now Vancouver just have all the Petterssons. Every single Pettersson, they've got them. Oh, no, he's going to get back post headed here. Oh, for crying out loud. It doesn't matter what we do this season, does it? We could create every chance under the sun and we're still just going to randomly concede stuff like that. The thing about that as well is that I feel bad there because Lawrence is a centre-back that can play as a full-back and he's just completely missed the ball. Stuff like that. His morale isn't amazing, admittedly, which might be a factor in that too. Guillaume's had a poor day. So these with the Petterssons, yeah. I like the fact they've actually got two Elias Petterssons. And then one of them has E. Pettersson on the back of his shirt, which presumably means the other one has just Pettersson, because otherwise what's the point? Boys. Rubio! Thank you for the 39 months, friend. How's it going? Romero, oh yeah, no, that's great. And I think, obviously, it will be impossible for you to not be better when these players come back. I just don't think it's going to suddenly be like this switch that gets flipped on. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult than that because of the hole that they've dug for themselves. It's crazy that Leicester won at Tottenham last week and then just got absolutely rammed by Everton yesterday. By the way, I do quite like Everton being good under Moisey. There's something weirdly nostalgic about a David Moyes Everton team just kind of cooking at the moment. I'm really enjoying that. It takes me back to my days when I first started watching football. Match fitness is so important. To be fair, like, I feel like the way it's represented in FM is perhaps not exactly representative of how it would be in life, you know? I guess Sven? Every part of me would... Oh, I suppose, yeah. Aaron. Thank you for the 13 months, friend. Matty PSR hole. Yeah. But, like, I'm not an Everton fan. At the end of the day, I only care about their pitch stuff. Like, I just like seeing them play well under David Moyes. Because, when I first started watching David Moyes, his Everton side was one of those teams you just kind of went, yeah. Like, when they went on that insane run and came fourth in the Premier League. Or something. And then Liverpool won the Champions League. And then there was this whole battle about whether they were allowed to play in it. And then they got knocked out anyway by Villarreal, if I recall. Rubio with a gifted sub to Jay. Thank you very much, friend. That's incredibly kind of you. I wonder what that pop-up was for a second there. What do we do here? Chams has been poor. This feels like a Henry type of day. And potentially even a Booty type of day. 69 place. Yeah, exactly. It feels like they shouldn't have been where they've been for such a long time, but it's just some very terrible investments in players has really, really, like, hamstring them for quite some time. Rules to be changed. Yeah, it was mad. Jesus Christ. This has been such a good performance yet again, and we're not going to get what we deserve. He's just a bit disappointed. This is a particularly poor example of it as well. We've played so bloody well against an incredible side, and yet again, nothing. At least Houdini scored. That's something, right? I guess we just keep pushing. Such a shame, though. 43 attacking. Yeah, there was a lot of attacking middery. Hey, you had Marco Silva in there, you know, greatest manager of all time or something. I don't know. This is incredibly Cape Town Spurs coding, and it has the opportunity to be even worse because this we could fall farther. Who got us our XG? I don't know. Actually, let's have a look. Probably Houdini. At least he scored one, but I suspect that he was also responsible for missing all the rest. Actually, to be fair, he had 0.5 and he scored a goal. And Goy got none. Guillaume got 0.4. Gonçalves Nascimento got 0.6 as well. Like, Guillaume getting 0.4 and not scoring for once, I'm actually okay with that because, like, he is the top scorer this season and has overperformed. So, it almost feels like these numbers don't add up to the number that it's saying it does. But, oh well, it is what it is, right? Something to be in the Premier League. Oh, God, yeah. It was one of those things where I was like, do I edit around that? But I was like, you know what? Actually, no. I think it was funnier if I'm just an idiot, right? That becomes a talking point. Thank you, though. Yeah, that video was weird. Like, it did poorly at first, but it just seems to be catching up with everything else now. Maybe it's just because it was a Friday night. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, thank God for that. That and the TikTok. I made like a TikTok version of the video that was a lot shorter and a lot more condensed, but like completely unique content. I re-recorded loads of stuff for TikTok specifically. Used it to drive traffic to the other video, and it's actually banged on TikTok, which is really interesting to me, considering I didn't think a 2.5 minute video would really do that on a platform like TikTok. But the more you know, I guess. Oh, Devos is going to be suspended. Thank you. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I'm also going to take a slightly different tact, I think, to the recap videos for this set. Not in terms of the actual contents of them, but the way that I'm like thumbnailing and titling them. Yeah, look at this. This is insane. I really do hope we can start to pull this around a little bit, just because it's frustrating having us play this well and routinely be... Have we drawn 3 in a row now as well? Oh, no, it was a friendly, to be fair. We just don't really lose a lot, and when we do, it's these random games. Next up, though, Dessel Sport. This feels like the type of game against a 12th place side that we can finally start to get going again, because then after that, we've got a really tough game, but then it's Beveren, who are determined to end themselves, apparently. It's actually mad. We're going to win the... Do you know what, right? The thing is, we're only 10 points off the top, and we're only 4 points... albeit with a game in extra played there, off of... We could easily go on a run of, like, just statistically being exactly where we should be. And because this league is so goddamn tight, like, the only team with over 2 points a game is the team winning the league, right? Everybody else is rocking up under that. It wouldn't take much of a run for us to actually start cooking a little bit. And that's why I think I'm actually still quite all right. Yeah, there's no silly bollocks in this league. It is just straight up 34 games. Apparently in real life that has now changed because Belgium thought, hang on a minute, we're Belgium, what are we doing? But currently in FM, I nearly wrote Bredy. That is actually the case. So it's the only normal league in Belgium, from what I can see. Want Fowler sacked? To be fair, they should want him sacked because Fowler has done an appalling job. So yes, 6 caps for Australia now and 7 games for Melbourne City. Although your contract is up at the... Wait, approach to sign? Oh, is it because it's a youth team contract? Yeah, it is. Okay, fair enough. Oh. Didn't they split it into like regional leagues, which I guess is actually better for saving them a little bit of money, if nothing else? You're actually getting game time for them now, which is really... Because that wasn't an NPL game, was it? That was like a full-on Big Daddy game. We've kind of got to beat Dessel Sport. We also drew a friendly there too, which is a little bit worrying. I also sold Hend Jefferson to Floresta. I think you guys may have seen me do that anyway, but he wasn't playing. So, God, even Adonis has changed, guys. My biggest concern is that someone comes in for Valentin Guillaume and there is literally zero we can do about it because he's on a non-contract deal. I can't offer him a new deal because he wants £2,500 a week, which, one, we technically can offer, but I'm not allowed to offer because obviously it's so far outside of our wage structure. And that really does worry me because I feel like he's one of those players that, particularly as I'm concerned that they'll do it really late. Hello, Bente. I'm worried because he is wanted as well. And it's not really a big surprise why he's wanted, given that he's literally been our best player this season. And I'm not really sure what to do about him. Dutch second division promotion players. What happens in there? Could I interest you in Italy? I've heard it's good. Hello, you know. Ooh. I watched, albeit I only watched the highlights of the Bournemouth-Liverpool game, but it seemed like Bournemouth actually had some really good chances in that game and just couldn't quite get it over the line. And then Mo Salah is Mo Salah. That man is having a season and a half. Did they actually win? Oh, they still haven't played. The fact that we're 9th here is actually baffling to me. But I think it does sort of show... Oh, that's fine. It does sort of show to me that consistency is really important. And at this early stage, with our such young team, consistency is not amazing. Open net. Yeah, the open net one was a bit of a whiff, but yeah. Hello, Dan. Thoughts on the game? For once we can talk about a win. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah, I saw the penalty and I was just like, really? I know that it did look soft for me. I do like how well Justin Kluivert's playing. It feels like at first he was just scoring a lot of penalties for them, and I guess that's good for confidence, but then he just started going, no, you know what? Actually, no. I'm better than that. And boy, is he. It's dope. Villa's disallowed goal, though. I don't think I actually saw that one. I didn't watch the highlights of that game. It just didn't appeal to me. And remember, when I'm watching highlights, I'm literally watching 3 minutes of Sky Sports, which is not representative at the time. Particularly as I realise just how badly they edit those highlights sometimes when I'll watch a Fulham game and I'll watch the highlights of it and be like, you've represented this game really weirdly. Kicked the ankle. I didn't actually see that. I couldn't actually see any of that contact. It looked to me like he clipped his own heels. But, hey, I only saw it once, to be fair. So, in quarters? Oh, that's wild. Oh, you didn't go. I suppose it is a long-ass trip, to be fair. Oh, the interference. Ah, I see. It was weird, Dan. I just had no faith that we were going to do that. And then there we go. Oh, hello. They're back in again. I think it would be football if everyone didn't think that refs were both biased for and against their team. That's... If anything, that shows they're doing the job right. When it was called... Ah, fair enough. Like I said, I didn't... It's one of those things where I'd probably want it given if I'd seen it, but when I looked at the replay that they showed in the video, I was just like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. Yeah, to get off that first half, Dan, we were just really, really shit. Nothing was seemingly doing anything for us. We weren't creating anything. Newcastle looked entirely comfortable, and then it's like at half-time they kind of went, oh, actually, yeah, we probably should try. And then did. It seems strange that Newcastle just kind of, I don't know, weird. Worse in Europe, huh? Which is funny because it seems like a lot of, wow, that's a big result. I mean, I don't realise it's second versus, like, top flight versus second tier, but that's good for the bad confidence of KFC veteran there. Dos Santos was a good loanee. The problem with Dos Santos was that he was a good substitute player. And obviously, the game doesn't care if a player is getting... I could bring that guy on in the second minute of every game, and they would still not care because he's not starting games. It's really silly with the way that they do their... You know, I can say that ad nauseum with the way that FM counts the amount of appearances they've made from the start and doesn't care about the minutes they've played. Fulham have been really good against good sides this year. Our biggest problem has been Fulham have taken points off of every single, like, one of the bigger sides in the league, except for City. And even that game we should have probably won. But we're really bad. The only team in the bottom half that we've not managed to... that we've taken points off both home and away has been Leicester. It's... We've suddenly got really good at... Chicago House, by the way, have offered a contract to Gus Show Business. Lost twice to United. Sorry, yes, you're right. It was United. And we haven't actually played City twice, in fairness. God, those United games were so irritating. But it's very typical of us. Oh, by the way, when I said big sides, I meant sides that are good. So actually, United don't count. So in a way, I was correct, yeah. So what I meant was like top half sides and bottom half sides. And United are very much a bottom half side at the moment. We can't get results against teams we should be beating, and United are one of them. It's weird to say, but it's true, isn't it? Like, when I talked to a lot of United fans before the Fulham United game, a lot of them were just like, yeah, this is the exact type of game we'd expect to lose. And they were kind of right to expect that. But we were kind of shit that day. It's the same with Spurs. Like, we actually played really well at the Spurs stadium. I think it was a 1-1 draw in the end, where Kenny scored a banger and they got sent off. No. Wait, what? You ever? Absolutely not doing that. It's frustrating because, wow, that's a huge appearance fee. Can we, you know what, fuck it. It's actually only £200 a week, technically. Oh, great, now Buono's in. I am going to just stall that for the timing, just to see what happens with Guillaume. I do think it's probably because against bigger sides, you're essentially playing against a team that is going to be more open because they expect to win the match, whereas against a smaller side, and by that I just simply mean in terms of their performances over the course of the year, they're not expecting to win. They're trying to shut up shop and be much more defensively stable. So it's a question of whether you can break them down, and I just don't think Fulham are set up to do that a lot of the time. I think everyone thinks their refs suck because most of the time they're not watching other leagues' refs, right? Top half goal. Yeah, I mean, United have won at the Etihad. But I just have no faith in them against sides that are sort of around them in the league very often. I'm just going to reject that for the time being. Barry Scott's gone to Yeovil. Love to see it. He's now going to kick off at me there as Buono, but I just can't risk losing. Oh no, they're in for Loris Prison again. Next selfie. No, I absolutely will do that, but remember, I don't really want to sell Buono. If I have already got a deal agreed with him, that has a 50% of next selfie in it, which I can accept if I need to. But basically, I want to see if we can keep Guillaume through the window. Because if we lose him, then we're going to have to rely on someone like Buono. I mean, I guess I could put... We don't really have a ready-made replacement in terms of our younger players. It's the one position that we're a little bit light in. I think we've got a guy coming through the youth intake this year, allegedly, so that could help. Coventry, that was so strange. That's a great point, actually. United are having an even Spursier season than Spurs, who are having an incredibly Spursier season. But are they? I mean, Spurs are further down the league, but then I suppose... I guess it's a question of expectations, isn't it? Dios Juri have signed Moses Jarju. They read the prophecies, chat. Well, Everton have won 3 in a row, including beating Spurs, and looked really good in the game yesterday, did they not? Also, Ipswich, what are you doing? You had your Southampton token, and you didn't use it. I say that as someone whose team also didn't use their Southampton token, but like, lordy lord. A Vitesse. What's going on with Vitesse? Should look for DOF replacements. Might as well get a few trialed in, right? Speaking of Hungary here. Yeah, Onuachu scored. Do like a bit of Onuachu back from the Midtjylland days. What was I want to show? Oh yeah, you're gonna like this. Anyone who watched MTK is gonna love this. Ferencváros are sitting 18th in the Champions League group. How fucking sick is that? Ferencváros just casually qualified for the knockouts of the Champions League. It was a struggle to get these bastards to do this when we were actually managing in Hungary. But there they are on their own. You should see some of the teams that are in these European groups. I love having the spread of all the leagues on because it's just great. 21 point. Holy shit, that is a bit insane, isn't it? What we got going on in here? I did look before stream. Casapia, for example, are in the Europa League. Ararat Armenia are in there too, but it is in the Conference League where things really pop off. Ready for this? Look who's in 33rd in the Conference League. Why, yes, it's FC Santa Coloma of Andorra. And they've won a game. They're not even bottom of the Conference League. There's some pretty cool sides in it as well. When you look at like sort of like Stripfing, Levadia. Yeah, CF Stripfing of Austria are in there as well. Mental. They're an Austrian side from the second tier. Holy shit, they must have won the Austrian Cup, right? There's the Dorfers. Wait, hang on. If it's the second tier, how's that team won it every year? Or is that a B team? They start non-league. Wait a second. Is that it there? It is, right? That's the Austrian Cup, no? Yep. They've won the Austrian Cup. Oh, that's Red Bull's B team. Sorry, I thought they were called AKA Salzburg Red Bull. Is that their youth team? I always get confused by that. Either way. Okay, we need to discuss this briefly. This is giving weird FM vibes. So one's the under 19, one's the B team. So just to... What league even is this? Because sometimes FM doesn't even do this in, like, correct order. So it'll be like, oh, this is the 5th league. But in actuality, there's the fact that it's not named these leagues here. What league is this league here? The Austrian 2-class Marchfield B. No. I feel like Passpro would know the answer to this. In 2011, these guys were... At the very least, FM is saying that this is the top... No, that's the second tier, isn't it? So third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier, sixth tier, seventh tier, eighth tier, ninth tier? Or is FM just being weird? I don't know if anyone actually knows what level this team is at. Either way, they were in the fifth tier in 2014. Like, regardless of what all this is here, a fifth tier side from... A team that was in the fifth tier of Austria a few years ago is playing in the Conference League. And the thing is, as well, they're not even technically, like... I mean, they haven't made it through, but they only just didn't make it through, and they beat Batya Borisov. That's a hell of a story. Definitely clipping that for a weird FM video. That's so goddamn sick. Is it Red Bull? Is what Red Bull? What, you think they just bought them out or something? All Greek Conference League final. Actually, it's weird you say that. Third season, you say, right? Check this out. Which year was it? Ah, fuck, I can't remember. Hang on, one sec. Which year was it? I think it was the second season. Yeah, in the second season, we had Ike Athens versus PAOK in the quarterfinals of the Conference League, and obviously PAOK then played in the semi-finals of the Conference League. Greece got like an insane amount of points that year. Weird FM. I mean, it's certainly weird. That's definitely one for Weird FM. Absolutely perfect. That's cool. I love that was me going, oh yeah, look at this Andorran side, and chat like, hang on a minute, Matt, there's a ridiculous situation going on in Austria there. That's tremendous. Who won though? What do you mean? Oh, hang on, what? Who won what? Oh, well, PAOK got knocked out by Braga in the semi, so they didn't win anything. None of them actually won anything. The conference. Well, that year it was won by Braga, in fact, over Roma. Well, as for the running, Bente, I actually did 10k yesterday with no Achilles problems. I was really, really pleased. The original plan was to go out and do like 6, 7 and just sort of see how I felt as a long run. But then I got out there and I was like, okay, feels good. Just so I ended up running along the side of the river for bloody ages. It was really, really good. It's the first time I've run 10k in bloody ages. It was really pleasant. These are all lone E's, but do you know what? This guy could actually be a really good option. Except, of course... Yeah, the problem with all of these, basically, is their wages are too high. So they want to loan these players out. They're like, oh, please let us loan these players. And then they just want you to pay their entire wages, basically. Which we simply can't do. Yeah, there was a Finnish Cup bug that basically meant that non-league sides would constantly win it. Yeah, these guys are these are great, but we simply can't do anything with them. Who are you wanted by? Den Bosch. Damn. It's frustrating, man, because, like, also, why did we just get recommended a load of Vestaloo players when we don't have an affiliate agreement with them? That's what I was going to do. I was going to ask my Doffy boy, wasn't I? See if he's got any options for us, because what was another one here? Alma Bayo. 11k. 21 years old. Not really playing for Helsingborgs. Honestly, I might just take the cash because I don't really think it's going to even mean much to us at that point. What do we think will happen? Well, since we, by the definition of us not having any news, it's sort of impossible to really have any clue what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, I can't imagine it's a good thing. Like, TJ's, right? Because if they had something to show us, they'd have showed it. So, particularly as that was a self-imposed deadline that they had randomly... No one said to you must show it by the end of January. They said that, which indicates to me that if there was something to show, they'd have showed it, which is concerning. I think it's... Yeah. We'll take a little bit of money. Well, one of the ideas I actually had yesterday was for a random video where every city is only allowed to have one team, meaning that all the players from each city have to play on the same team. And it'd be great because then I can call the team Manchester or Sheffield. Or Nottingham. I'm not saying, oh, it totally is. But it's sort of just kind of weirdly expected in a way. As much as it's a bad thing. Remove players that... hang on. Team report scan. Is there a way to remove the players put in there from the next match reports? I don't believe there is. They just kind of sit around in there and there's not a lot you can really do about it. You just kind of have to filter it out, I suppose. Oh, did I get suggested? My apologies. It's the problem when you talk to me, chat. London would be good. It would, but if you think about it, like Manchester would also be incredibly good. Because as much as Man United struggle in real life, in FM, they generally speaking do quite well, right? Oh, hang on, what did I miss? Most insane Belgian amateur I think I've ever seen. Ooh. Oh my god. This is why we do Belgian amateur, right? This kind of player is the reason. God, he would be unbelievable as a shadow striker. Look at the state of it. And he's got passing. Fucking hell. But hang on. The question is, was he actually from Groningen, or have you brought him to Groningen from a Belgian amateur, potentially? And he's called Igor Ooms, which we like. Not the end of FM. Oh, well, it's not going to be the end of FM, is it? It's just, yeah. Fowler has been sacked by Cardiff Drax, and I'm in no real... There's been no... Hold on, who's that? Stuart Bird with the big hair. The bird's nest hair there. And I'm actually... fair enough. Yeah, I mean, no wonder. Look what they've done to my legacy already. Absolutely ripped it up to shreds. Crazy. Right. Doff suggestions, Matt. Come on. You're better than this. So, we want CMs... on free trans... No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we've got some guys. Loans are seemingly not really working for us, so maybe I'll just do CMs and then CMs, but without the role specifically. Oh, only that's one guy. Okay. So Filippo Gnarly... We're not going to see any of their attributes, are we, really? Who's he wanted by? That's usually a good clue. Foggia. Okay. AP Barrera. 29 is a little bit annoying. 25 here. Tobias Flem. I mean, I'm intrigued. Kevin Holman. Can play a DM role as well. Good tackle. And Christian Capis. Well, we trial them all. And hope for the best. Hopefully it's not something we have to trigger. I'd much rather just keep Valentin Guillaume, because he should just be the one player that is actually consistently doing stuff for us. Bit of that. Bit of that. We'll have these four on trial and just see what happens. Maybe one of them would be... Oh, the guy that's annoyingly declared for England instead of fucking Taiwan has now moved on loan to Watford. That's frustrating. Hello, Matt. It's doing good. I'm doing good. How are you, friend? Rudolph. Why do I always add Rudolph when I could literally just type in iron out? It just seems like a waste of me trying to remember how to spell Rudolph. Okay. Learn to spell, Matt. That would help. Option to the non-EU rules. Yeah, good point. Well, it depends. Maybe he'd want non-contract in order to cut down on that, potentially. I can't type anything. No, you've played nearly 70... You're one away from 69 appearances for Trenchin. And consistently just playing games for them. No Austria caps yet. Caps at under 19 level. I don't know whether it's a case of, like, whether you're actually, like, super good or whether you're just, like, perfect... Had, like, super high CA when you came through for Trenchin, right? Look at this. Oh, yeah, for sure. But I feel like there's a simple thing where it's like, it's okay to criticize them when they do things that I believe are a bit stupid, like constantly delaying things and not telling people. I feel like we can still like the game, but also still, I think it's okay to be like, that's still a bit shit, right? I feel like if you don't do one or the other, it kind of looks a little bit like sussy. It's like people that are just like, oh no, leave them alone, they're perfect. It's like, that seems a bit pointless. And also there's people that just hate everything no matter what. It doesn't really help anything. End of the day, we didn't force them to say end of January we'll share news. No one said you must do this. They did. So it just seems odd that they would set this deadline and then go, nah, don't really care. Tyking, that's a name? Game led again or something. No. Well, not that we know of, but like since we haven't been given any information when they said that there was going to be information, it doesn't make you feel confident about the fact that there isn't going to be another delay because, you know, if everything was running perfectly on track, you'd expect to have seen something at that point. Could be next year. Well, no, apparently they've said it said another thing, 2025. So there we go. Unfortunately, no Thai Kings. Not in this one, anyway. Oh, Coach or remake would be really good, though. Just on a totally different topic. 34 players out unknown. I'd say so. To be fair, the number of players isn't actually really what matters. It's the quality of the players and who those players are at. That matters more than anything else. They just forgot. I don't think that would be possible just because of the social media pressure, right? I think they definitely... Oh, Defos is suspended. Defos has done okay this year, actually. Luckily, we've got loads of right-backs, so it's not really the hugest issue in the world. Who's disappeared from here? Was that one of the loans that got called back again? I'm actually okay with that, because it just means I can start sliding more of our young players to the bench. Okay. Well, Haidini's scored more goals playing as a shadow striker in 2 games than he had in the entire season playing off the right, so there's something there. The problem is it going to be good? Scouse Raw. Which studio is actually making it? Because I just don't trust remakes of games or games in general these days, right? Tried to transfer deadline day. Does anyone care that much about that? It seems like a weird thing for them to suddenly care about that when just like, I don't know. I think it's unlikely as that, personally. Also, were that to be the case, you surely would then just come out and be like, actually, news coming this day. Because if you've got it planned, then you can then tell people that, right? Because, like, who the fuck cares about tying it into deadline day? No one gives a shit about that. People just want news about the thing that they are interested in, right? For the transfer, the dealer's fallen through. What? The dealer's fallen through. Game delayed until 2027. That would be funny, actually. We might actually get GTA 6 before FM25. Yeah, just put some eyeballs out. Hit me with them eyeballs. It's all I do whenever SI tweet anything. I just quote tweet and hit it with the eyeballs. It's my only comment on things. November something, isn't it? I don't know, actually. I've honestly, the development cycle of that and the sort of release stuff of that has got so long that I've kind of lost interest in that too. Failed in medical. To quote me from many years ago, imagine if he's failed his medical and such. Club, was it changed? I mean, maybe, but I get the feeling that they would probably not be using players in trailers in general. They rarely ever do, right? And like, is that the best use of your time at this point? Losing its mind. Sticks of entitlement. I mean, is it entitled to want people to do what they say they're going to do? Like, I don't know. Like, oh, sorry, love. I know you said I was going to pick you up at 5. It's 2 days later and you've been standing at the bus stop, but I think it's a bit entitled of you to expect me to be on time, you know? That'd be silly. End of the day, they're a business selling a product. They have a customer base, and they have said X, Y, and Z to said customer base about the product that they are trying to get people to buy. I don't know. Just seems like maybe you'd want to not be a dick about it. Like, I don't know. I think it's okay to, like, criticize them when they've done something that is a little bit not ideal, right? We're actually playing... We've scored a goal. We're 2-0 up in a game! It's weirdly crazy that it was actually November and went out, what, 3 months later? And I'm still loving FM24, in fairness. And I think that really does help, that FM24 is a great game. Taking pre-orders. Yeah, don't put pre-orders up. I think that was just a massive glaring mistake, right? Obviously it was, right? Silence says, no, didn't you know? He's cancelled his holiday, chat. How are we 2-0 up in a game? How has that happened on my watch? Chat, what we need to do is discuss solely FM25, and this will just happen in the background when I'm not paying attention. It's like we are Quantum Spurs. User tags. Places hidden to reduce noise. Interesting. Oh, go on. Haidini's in again. Go on, have a shot. Ah, we've hit the post. Wouldn't be the same if we didn't hit at least one post hit, right? Yeah, I don't blame you, Tom, honestly. Well, the thing is, we just don't know, right? What does we score 2 goals mean? I can't be certain about it, but I think it means we got a larger chance of winning. But it might not mean that, because there's still a chance that we lose this randomly 3-2 when they start actually waking up later in this match, as is often the case, right? Releasing for F26? Well, in this case, I mean, at what point do you just kind of give up on it and combine the two, essentially? Oh, Haidini saw again. Oh, you see that little tackle there? Fully convincing. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, I can totally get, right, basically, right, it'll be a really simple case. If, say, like, I don't know, 2 weeks from now, in the middle of February, they basically come out with a massive gameplay trailer and go, you know what, we just need a little bit more time to work on that, and didn't know the exact stuff for that. So it's like fair enough. No one would care at that point. Anyone that did care at that point would just be like, kind of petty, I suppose, because it's like, who really cares about that? But, oh, that's a good pass. Oh, fuck me. Here, and it begins! But if, say, the thing you then do get isn't that, and it's just like some like blog post that's like, hey, Big Fran Kirby, anybody? Then you're kind of like, could have just probably done that 2 weeks ago. FN24 engine mod, really? How did they manage to do that? I'm curious. No, I didn't see that. Enlighten me. Do you reckon they could release like a batch? They do them both at the same time. Haidini! Oh, good save. Care for the game coming out in March, though. I think a lot of people will, really, because they still want to play it at the end of the day. Like, I want to support companies that make games I like. Right? It does feel old, but I am genuinely enjoying it, and I think it really does help that this is a very, very good game. I feel like if FM24 was an absolute mess in some ways that some of them have been in the past, I think they would have a lot less leash on things like this, right? But as it happens, I actually really like FM24. Oh, if you got through Feb with nothing, at that point you're like, well, hang on a minute. Then you'd have to start to be like legitimately concerned, right? 2K, what was the error of that? Sorry, I don't really follow other games as closely. But do enlighten me. And Goy's through. Can he score? Big save again. This has got 2-2 written all over, hasn't it? This is 100% feeling 2-2. Unsupported, yes. But I suppose there is also the element of, it's like, would you rather them support that or get the new game? I mean, then again, apparently, yeah, I don't know. To be honest, even some communication to be like, just need a little bit longer is something, I suppose. But I think it's one of these things where sometimes saying nothing is the better PR strategy if you have got crisis mode engaged, so to speak. Guillaume's had a couple of poor games, you know. Haidini's not been great today. I feel like this does feel like a job for Johan Villain because he's the villain of the piece. What other change do I make? Maybe Henry on there because we've got a booking going, and I do kind of want to convince Henry to stay a little bit more. Information fact. Yes, people will speculate, and I tend not to like to speculate, as you know. But now that I feel like it's okay to sort of speculate a little bit now that we've passed that date, just to maybe suggest that there is perhaps more reason to be slightly concerned than there was before, right? It is a tune, isn't it? Are we actually, I hate to say this, chat, potentially winning a game by the exact scoreline that we deserve to win the game by? Never mind. What was I thinking? Why did I say those words out loud with my mouth? Who does that? That looked offside, honestly. But post to the rescue anyway. How was that not offside? Physics engine, more realistic and more natural. Huh, fair enough. I mean, I actually genuinely, with the exceptions of the things like the woodwork that we've... But to be fair, I've only really experienced this woodwork phenomenon to the sort of extent that I have in Belgium. By the way, this highlight has continued, which is terrifying, because it means we're... Can we just let this highlight finish, please? I'm hoping this is one of these ones where the highlight's actually technically already happened, and it will just randomly go out for a throw-in a minute. There we go. Oh, come on, bro. This is not a song request or something. I think this is just on my playlist because it's Dire Straits. Massanello. Come on, let's finally get a good result here. Massanello's got nobody in support. Now he does. It's Regan Booty. No, off the post. Oh, Regan, what a moment that would have been. As if there's another highlight. We've had like 4 highlights just in stoppage time.
This one is constructed with American cherry.
You're going to miss the equalizer,
No,
chap.
the wood does not taste like cherry. You
No.
cannot eat it.
I was not going to
Please,
eat it.
don't do something stupid.
Ron, I was going to lick it.
Oh my god, what are we doing here? And here it comes. He's offside, thankfully. Accidentally deleted the source code. Ah, it could happen. That exact thing happened in like a... We've got the dub in the end, but FM really did try to do us there. Look at this. Booty just randomly gets hit with a bad pass. He is offside, thankfully. Oh, dear. Oh, it was Silicon Valley, where the guy accidentally had like a vodka bottle or something, or a whiskey bottle on like the delete key, and they were deleting all of their clients' data. That's what that was from. We won a game, chat. Oh, it'd be a great. That was such a weird match, but we got the dub in the end. Just took a little while. Oh, the ludicrous tequila. There you go. Trace Commas, yes, of course it was. So it's been a while since I couldn't remember the drink. I haven't watched that episode in ages. He's forgot his Twitter password. Just no one at SI can remember. Eventually the news is dropped by like someone that works in the canteen because it's the only Twitter account they could get into. I don't know why I said it like that. There literally isn't even. Well, actually, there is a canteen like across the other side, but they have their own like bar-y thing. We're up to 4th. All of a sudden, we're up to 4th. Look at us go. Oh, hell of a release and something about Game Engine 2. Just oh yeah, fair enough. But that happens. That's the story of a lot of games, really, isn't it? Same thing happened with City Skylines 2, did it not? And obviously they'd want to avoid a situation like that. Yeah. it's Jeff at SI and they can't get into him. He's left in fury. I mean, that'll be password. Look at us, up in 4th. The dizzying heights. I feel like we haven't been 4th in ages. Yep. Naturally stretching our legs a little bit on that side of things too. Hey, there's still a chance we can win this title, damn it. Oh yeah, no, obviously I would never condone anything like that because at the end of the day, these are just people. And like I always like to caveat this, and I feel like I haven't caveat this today. The devs that are working on this game want it to be just as good as you do. They really do. Like, they want it to be, honestly, they probably want it to be better. Very good result for Fulham yesterday. Yeah, I think we were just non-existent and completely asleep in the first half. And then Newcastle essentially woke us up like The Undertaker in the second half. There's some quite good players here. Be curious to see what they're like once we've actually, like, trialed them for a little bit. We've only really got, like, another couple of weeks to do that. So the the Buono move, it's not ideal because I'm still worried about losing Guillaume, but it would get us 17 grand and it has a 50% NX sale fee clause on a 20-year-old midfielder that I think is quite highly rated. So I think we probably do oh, we could delay it for a week anyway, just to see. Working the oh yeah, the crunch will be insane. Oh, and that's the other thing, right? A lot these people that are those devs that you're referring to that are making that stuff, they're not the decision makers either, right? Harder than it sounds. Oh yeah. I think calling it a sim though is still a bit excessive, and I know they keep saying that, but it's like the Doff do in fact appear to be cooking for once. I think it's probably just because we've given him a time. We've given him a bit of time to actually do it. I'm really curious to see what happens against St. Eloise. Against Winkle Sports, because they're a really good team, which will be fascinating. Trying to get a badge from 15th tier club in game. Got 2 out 3 right. Pull my hair out trying to get the last one. I just realised its name was Club DPNG.png. Oh god, it's like having the misplaced comma, isn't it? I think I bought the best level games I've ever seen. I'm curious now. Daniel Andre, absolutely not. But it's good to know that a team like Vesterloo are interested in a player like Andre, which is dope. Asomba's committed his future here. Still not interested in selling Christopher Lawrence. Prison has opted to stay again. It's just what he does. Increased prices. Yeah, they haven't. The price has always been... Also, like, their price of the game has been... 1, it's constantly on sale anyway. 2, there's a pre-order bonus. Not that I would recommend pre-ordering it. And 3, in terms of the pure hours that are put into that game and enjoyment... That game could be 60 quid and I would still say it was worth the money. With Sirens, we finished things off at a nice round 30 in the end. Because, yeah, I mean, but there does come a certain point where I feel like actually cutting your losses might even be a better. Like, I realise the licensing does become an issue, but how late in the cycle can you release a game? Because then that just puts a lot of pressure on the next one, right? And a goal versus Copenhagen the champ. Excellent. I really want to see him. Still no coaching badges at all, Alexander. We've been unable to get any coaching badges in this save because every club we've been to have no money. And we've somehow found the kings of having no money. The kings of the paupers in the current club that we're at now. Not to mention the fact that Roy has really low determination, which means it's going to be really hard for us to get the board to agree to a coaching change, a coaching badge as well. Get some poaching badges. Damn right, we're going to get some badges or something. Like the I do notice that it feels like after certain points in the save, certain players become less prevalent. Certain types of player, anyway. Ovalar snubbed Cancun. Who would snub Cancun? Here it's lovely. Total development. Fascinating. Yeah. At the end of the day, chap, I just want the game to be good. And I just want it to be ready. I'm more than content with waiting. I would just like to know how long I'm waiting for. And I realize if you don't have an open-ended answer, that's tough. But yeah. Oh yeah, the lack of the one thing we've noticed in the future of FM24 anyway is it seems like you can find less and less defenders with good heading ability naturally. They seem to be. It's always the one glaring hole in their ability is their defensive play. Muniz is like, he's so good off the bench. He's almost sort of pigeonholed himself a little bit because I feel like when he starts games, he's just nowhere near as effective. Building a nation in pro cycling. I mean, if that's possible, hit me up, man. I agree to a certain extent, Eldor, but at the same time as well, games companies have been putting prices up on games and then releasing absolute shite. Not that I'm saying SI is doing that, because that isn't the case, but I can understand why some people resent paying insane amounts of money for certain games where they go, oh, well, because of inflation, we put the price up. Yeah, and you've released shit. Like, that's sort of the way I'm looking at it. I think it's okay to, like, prices have gone up. People haven't suddenly started earning more money, though, in the same stretch. That's the other problem as well. Adam, oh no, wait, this is one of the Patreon regens. He's on the move after a time at Ruffin. Different one. Oh, Liam Delap is, he has to choose his next move really carefully. Build a Nation, Eastside Hockey Manager. I would like to actually start playing either EHM or FHM a little bit more. Just to get into that sort of stuff.
It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very
They're inflating
depressing.
by being patched afterwards, I suppose, at that point. Magic Aces, thank you for the follow. Muniz is just a really fun player to have around the club, but I just don't feel like, yeah. Play with them. I mean, you're not going to get like a fully like FM experience out of it, let's put it this way, right? But what I have played of them, I've enjoyed, and I feel like it's one of those things where Liam Delap under Moyes, I mean, that sounds great to me. I just don't know if that would sound amazing to him. It would depend on entirely what. Plus, Everton are in PSR problems, right? I don't know if they probably can be, because Ipswich would want a lot of money for Delap. I imagine that they're just like, actually, sorry, we got distracted and we built EHM and it's now brilliant. There's a 3D match engine. We use Unity for that. I'd be like, gimme. I'm building an Avalanche dynasty. I don't even care. Do an agent video on Delap? I don't know, because the agent videos work on the sort of premise that it's tough with the reason. This is the reason I always choose players in agent videos that are struggling, because the moment you choose a player who's highly rated in an agent video, as in highly rated in game, it makes the limit a huge limit to the number of. Sorry, it basically puts a really hard limit on the number of clubs and options you've got. I mean, that's a lot of money that they'd have to drop on him. I just think that Ipswich, they have to win games like yesterday, and they didn't. Like, games against Southampton at home, that's your freebie. You've got to take it. It's like playing against the Chicago Blackhawks, right? You've got to win those games. And they didn't. And it's those types of matches that really do cost you. It's all very well taking great points away at Tottenham and that, but if you can't beat the teams like Southampton, and not only that, but lose at home to them, those are the sort of things that actually get you relegated in the end. They're going to want huge money, and they'd have every right to. He's had a breakout season in the Premier League for a very poor side, relatively speaking, right? God, everybody. Westerlo are just going, hey, let's sign all of your players, shall we, lads? Shown a lot of improvement as a footballer. Excellent. Could he maybe show a bit of improvement in the position I'm trying to play him in? His average rating has at least been higher while playing as a shadow striker, so it's something, right? Colorado Eagles AHL loan farm. Now we're talking. Now you've got me intrigued. I'm all about it. No, I'd start my own AHL affiliate. In London, but not that London. Not London, Ontario. Expect to be loaned out. Oh, really, are you? I hate this, by the way, because he's on a non-contract. So I'm physically not allowed to loan him out. So that doesn't make any sense that promise can even exist. Him makes sense because he's actually got a contract here. How can a player on a non-contract expect to be loaned out when you're not allowed to loan out players who are on non-contracts? Play for the Ely Robbins. Oh, you... No. We'll get Cal Ritchie. We'll have... maybe not Sam Malinsky. I think he's actually getting some game time in like third line numbers, but still. Yeah, Delap came through Manchester. Well, I think so anyway. Maybe he was at another smaller side before that, as it feels like when you see these players that are like, they've come through X club, it's like, yeah, but they actually played for this other team for way ages before then anyway. But yeah, I think Delap actually did, didn't he? Angie and Wonder Kids. Oh, mate. I'll get the ice hockey version of Roy Fleming. Yeah, he just wants a full-term deal. Derby Sun. There you go, yeah. Did he really? To be fair, it's a common story when you see that, oh, they've come through X club. It means that's the most recent academy they were in. It's just the same with all the players that Fulham have produced, really. Most of them haven't actually been at Fulham that long in the academy stage. They would join at that period. Josh King, I think, is a slight exception to that, as he actually has been at Fulham for an insanely long time, to the point where he was a mascot for Fulham when we were in the Championship. There's this brilliant like video of him walking out onto the pitch with Tom Kearney holding his hand as like a little kid, and now he's just in the same team as him, which I just think is really cool. Like I was breaking the promise. To be fair, right, that's not a bad shout. Because Thijs de Kock, we only signed him because his name was funny. And he's not a player that we believe is actually any good, so it makes no sense to keep him around here if he's actually going to cause me to get promise issues, particularly as I promised that I wouldn't break any promises. Bruno set to sign for Usta. Wait. Did we already do? Oh, I delayed it, didn't I? Let's delay it again. Weirdly, as things stand, it looks like we might actually be able to keep hold of our boy. Forever! 999. Thank you for the follow. Also, I love that there was 2 different 7-0 victories across the Football League yesterday. Like, that's insane. Like, if you gave me a penny for every time there was a 7-0 victory, I'd have more than you'd expect. I'd have 2. Massimo Desioni. Is he one of the guys we took on trial, or is he one of the guys we took on trial prior? I think he's one of the second set of trials. A couple more loan outs are expected here. Lad, I'd love to loan you. To be fair, I think as long as I just continually offer them out for loan, it'll be fine. Usually, anyway. But I'm Brighton. I'm going to be honest with you, Reece. When I was out running yesterday morning, I was thinking to myself, this feels like the type of game that Brighton might just randomly win. Glad I didn't say that out loud. I haven't seen the Coventry goal. But isn't there like 4 straight wins for Cov now? Sorry, Frank Lampard's Coventry City. Impressive. Yeah, it's the new Josh King. He's back and in POG form. Sometimes they don't. That's the thing. I have had players complain about me not getting them a loan, even though I offer them out at every single possible opportunity. Andugama, thank you for the follow, which is really annoying. Josh King 2.0, yes, exactly. I love that we're back down to 9th again, but a win would put us only 2 points off, although the team we're playing against is the team that we would be 2 points behind, so... God damn it, man. Right, come on, lads. Oh, that's a lot of changes. Muller suspended, but luckily we've got Devos back in again. Which means Pity... I'm amazed they haven't recalled him, actually. But I'm not knocking it. It's just surprising to me. Who do I want to add to the bench instead? Pashkovsky's... we've got so many options there now. I almost feel like Daniel Andre probably earns it. For the time being. At least he's a centre-back, technically. We're facing the Winkle boys. Exactly. I'm noticing some like rating increases now. It feels like there's a few more players in the team that are regularly starting to creep into the 7s now, which is nice. Haidini is very much not one of them, but I do think that William Ngoy, like, he's only started 3 games, and he's got a goal and an assist. I think there's definitely something there. Whether Haidini is going to be the guy that can actually play as the shadow striker for us, I just think his pace gives us a chance, pretty much. Only defender on the bench. Yeah, the problem is that the rest of the defenders... Yeah, he kind of is. But he can play... Well, actually, he can't play outside of that. The Witch and Josh King plays for Toulouse. English... Oh... He's got us there. God damn it. He's right, though. Because we will inevitably lose next week now. We'll lose to... Hey, what we do is we lose to Wigan. That way we can go beat Forest. See him as an extra shadow striker instead. Well, you see, this is the thing, right? our CM is our top scorer. So that's the one part of the system that works extremely well. So that is just something I don't want to touch. The issue is quite simple. The players are young and they have low consistency because they're young. For the most part. Not all of them, but most of them have low consistency because they're young. And that's just a punishment that they're just going to have to accept. We could be playing the most OP tactic right now and it still wouldn't actually yield us what we're looking for because the players are so inconsistent. Like, we're top of the DOF recommendation for new CVs. We don't need new CVs. Not yet, we don't anyway. Like, we've got... All three of our best ones are on loan, I grant you. But trying to sign one now wouldn't really help because they wouldn't play. Like, they likely wouldn't play. And I feel like we don't want to spend money on a player on a permanent contract because they'd have to be if we don't need to yet. I'd rather wait till the summer to do that. A noticer of facts. Yeah, Fulham don't tend to win multiple games in a row. We barely won, like... We haven't won a home game since, like, early December, I think. It's crazy. Like, I think tactically, I'm actually really happy with it. From a, like, its underlying numbers are good, and that's what I want. I think it's just a question of now getting personnel that can get the best out of it. Was it Brentford? Good God. I hadn't even moved house then. To be fair, for the longest time, actually, Fulham had not lost a game after I'd moved here. The first game we lost after I moved was the Man United game. Typical of us there, right? Okay. This is interesting because this game is against a genuinely really good side in this league. I want to see how we stack up stats-wise. Like, we played really well against Young Get. Barely won that game too. Wow, we had Harry Wilson. It was all part of the plan, Das. Oh, is it Birmingham Newcastle next week? That would be interesting, actually. Month of February. This is very true. I'm a bit confused by your message. It seems like at one point you were... Oh dear, that's a miss. I'm not really sure how to respond other than they indeed have not met that deadline. But what can you do, right? Try for country badge. We can absolutely try it, Charlotte, but I've tried that several times with that same setup, and basically they just say no every time because we don't have any money. And also I have really low determination on my manager, which means that they are more likely to say no to me as well. Which is even more annoying. Not that there was anything we could do about it. Like, you've got a limited number of points at that point. And at 90 minutes, like they should. Shouldn't have time wasted as much then, I suppose. What I will say, Daz, is I have a weird feeling that Spurs might win today. And I don't know why. It's just one of my little feelings. No, it's one of those annoying things that I don't think you can improve. Much like adaptability. Which just annoys me a little. Oh, come on. These guys are knocking the ball around really nicely. That must be offside, surely. Nope. Okay, it is 1-0 to these guys. That is unfortunate. I did actually see you the first time, Fabio. Still not entirely sure what point you're making. But nevertheless, like I said, yep, that is a thing. That is definitely true that they haven't told us the thing, but there's not a lot we can really do about it. Other than yell into the void. I suppose the argument with adaptability not improving is that what actually changes is not like you don't get... I feel like you should be able to get more adaptable, but if your adaptability itself is low, I don't know, maybe you can't teach an old dog new tricks type of things. Working with youngsters, yeah, I find that one, I'm not sure how important that actually is. I'm pretty certain I have that set quite high on my Beaconsfield save, obviously. But for most saves, I actually don't believe it's that... Because you've got coaches for that anyway, right? So I don't think it's actually as important as you might think. Treatment player for a cold. Oh, the pandemic's coming, Matt. You're going to get the cold pandemic now. So we're popping it around quite nicely here as well. But it's been a bit of a mid-start to the game from us. But I feel like the XG will come, and we'll miss it. Oh, naturally. Oh, that was a good little run from Haidini there. Oh, what a pass! Oh, come on with the posts! Are you serious? Look at the one, yeah, crack on. From Fulham, even better. As if we've missed that as well. The woodwork and then the horrendous touch to just take it wide of the post anyway. This is what we have to deal with in this league with this team, man. When they come good, it's going to
This
be
one is
amazing.
constructed with American cherry wood.
But my God, is it
the wood does
frustrating in
not
the
taste
meantime?
like cherry. You cannot eat it.
I was not
Oh,
going
giving
to
the
eat
ball away as well now.
Ron, I was
Right,
going
big
to
header
lick
needed. Yes. The pressure's coming, though. We're getting there. Oh, hang on. Let me just get that loaded, and I will look at that in a moment. Oh. Because I think we're onto something here. Devos again. We've got runners. He's going all the way. Devos is going to shoot, isn't he? Why is he shooting? You've got 3 players in better positions in the box, and you're just like, yeah, let me just have a pot shot for no apparent reason, despite the fact I'm the right back. So at Brentford or Chelsea more? Honestly, in the moment, Brentford, because it was so last minute. Chelsea still felt like there was time for them to get an equaliser, even though it was pretty last minute. But there was something about the Brentford one because of how annoying that game was that I think I actually celebrated that more in the moment. Although the Chelsea one, I was ill as well. Like, really, really unwell. And that was the first time I'd, like, shown any energy for ages, basically. Oh. Not a fan of woodwork. I mean, I wish the goal didn't have it, but they've got to have it at some point, right? They've got to build the goals out of something. I'm also not a fan of them, as you can probably tell. Why am I... There we go. Let's have a look at this player. Since we're here at halftime. Fonseca! Thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? He's a little bit... Yeah, he's just insanely good. Hang on, if you got him for 34 million, I thought you said he came through at Fulham. Or did you sell him for 34 million? That's amazing either way. No, it says he came through at Fulham, actually. My bad. We're average 25, hey? Who knows? Yeah, that's... Sometimes you do get players that come through with insanely high CA. Bear in mind, Fulham having insanely good, like, youth facilities too, which... Fucking hell, man. First goal of the season. And we're 2-0 down. It's just impossible. But I feel like these guys will come good. I'm just as well when we weren't expected to do any better than we are this year, actually. As much as the underlying numbers have been great, watching this every week constantly happen is a bit of an annoyance. So yeah, we've not actually had that many great chances in this match. We've just... Well, the chances we have created have been extremely good, and as usual, we've fucked it. But we've not actually been particularly great in the grand scheme of things. Haidini's been appalling. So's Ngoy, in fact. It'd just be nice for us to, for once, to get like a lucky result. It just feels like it's entirely impossible for us at the moment. But it will come. That's a pass. It's Haidini. He'll just place us over the bar, of course. There we go. This is the Belgian third tier of Magic Aces. Dimitris! Thank you for the follow. Hope you're well on this wonderful morning. It is actually quite a nice morning. Right. Massinello's, good lord, he's absolutely annihilated.
Here's a fun fact.
We're going to go with Sven. That's what we do.
2 blocks from here.
I'm going to go with that as well. We're going to go with that. We're going to make 5 subs. Fuck it, we're going for it. Sort of. Howie Jordo, thank you for the follow. 5. What could possibly go wrong with 5 subs in the 69th minute? We'll get there. The Winkles are beating us. And we're down to 9th again with this loss. And we've been dead even. It's just those little things that we're not quite on. But we're not getting relegated. That's the main thing. I actually think we're going to end up finishing like 7th or 8th at this point. We just haven't managed to conjure anything in the second half here. Nothing at all. Wanderer Scarlet, thank you for the 145 bits.
Hello Matto and Chatto again. Wickham is set to sign Sunderland's assistant manager Mike Dodds as a head coach. Could be getting Joe Bellingham in the summer lol.
But, I mean, hey, it's just cool to see Wickham doing quite well. Important strategy. Yeah, but, you know, we've tried about 70 players in the role this season and nobody's really managed to make it their own. That's been the biggest problem. It's just nobody has managed to take that role. Maybe I should give Labro a run in the team, honestly, and let Haidini play somewhere else because he's not been great, really. He got that 1 goal, but has continued to underperform. Short supply. Thicker posts. It does feel like the posts here are just thicker. I've got to say. God, as if we're down here again. Which it feels like we constantly need a run of games against poor sides, but then when we finally get those run of games, we just can't take advantage of the option of what's in front of us. Still, plenty of time. And we're still winning the most important league, and that's the XG table. That's where it truly matters. I might start Lebro up front next game. Players will score the first goal of the season. Well, that literally happened in the last game. This guy here, Mahiu, albeit he's a centre-back, that was still his first goal of the season, though. He's on an amateur deal. Well, we are on the lookout for a centre-back, so maybe we'll take that guy. We're topping the Friendship League. We're topping the... No, honestly, we're really good league. And the thing is, next up, we've got Beveren, who are literally bottom of the league as far... Oh, no, not quite bottom, but nearly bottom. These guys are especially bad. They've won 2 games all season. You know what's going to happen. Then after that, we've got Veteran, who are actually really quite decent. We're topping the Imaginary League. We're topping the We Peaked in High School League. Okay, we just got to get through to the 1st of February without losing Guillaume as well. Although what I would say is, it feels like he's actually got worse since Haidini moved inside as well. It feels like he's not getting the right link up. At least having someone like Lebro there is at least, I guess, designed to be good in that position. So I'm thinking Lebro gets the next start. Yeah, think of the field tilt, chat. We're going to be good eventually. I promise. Maybe. God, I hope so. Unlike Palace, who really do seem to be having quite the bad season with their just 1 win in 22. That's an oof. Any crazy shit other than... Hang on, did Luton... Oh no, Luton are still in the relegation zone, but they're doing quite well considering they've got a 12-point deduction. Pompey are absolutely cruising up to the Championship again. What was that team that was doing really poorly in the National League? That was it, Redditch. Yes, they are. 31 games, 1 win, which was against Needham Market, by the way. 10 goals scored, 77 conceded. They're 100% going to reach 100 goals conceded. Talking about Seraing. No, them doing well would be quite something. Yeah, it's like they've brought De Boer back. I wonder who's in charge of Palace right now. 16 the head scans. I must admit, I was thinking about head scans yesterday. I kept watching Sander Berger every time we got the ball, and I was just thinking, man, scanning a lot. And then I had to slap myself for actually nearly saying that out loud. Yeah, Needham are actually appalling. The fact they lost to Redditch is actually insane. The fact they've not drawn any games too. Oh, for God's sake, we've just done this. I love how every time that he wants more money for appearance fees. Oh, Manassian could go to Sochaux. I don't want to lose Henry. Maybe I should offer Henry a pro deal. Because I do quite like Henry. And at this point, it's costing us a little bit. What does that even mean? Is this? Little bit of scanning. Oh, yeah, no. I'm a true scanner. Like, I'm like Hewlett Packard when I cross the road. Anis had Musa. Hang on, sorry, my bad. Spelled that wrong. I'm not sure who that is. I don't think he's in my database, unfortunately. There's only one person that shows up, and it's Musa Sani. Haj Musa. Oh, sorry. I don't know who Anis is. That's... Haj Musa. Yeah, let's try that. Still not seeing him. And he's thank you, Jiminy. No, he's not in my save. Which you think he would be, unless he's retired early, or it's just like... This is on the newest version as well, right? Yeah, no, I've typed that in, but he has not shown up, so I'll have to refund your points for that. He doesn't appear to be in my save. Petro Isaac. Ah, okay. Just stall that again. Aberystwyth Town have signed Adam Cooper. Yeah, that is weird, actually. Feels if anything like we're getting more retirements in this one than we were in Syreens. I guess maybe players are more likely to retire when they're playing in real leagues. It's the Hadrian way. It's the Sven Smates way. I'm going to ensure that man never retires. God, I'll be so gutted. If we don't beat Beveren, problems are afoot. I think part of the problem is that FM seems to have this thing where players won't like take a drop to play for much worse teams when they've clearly been released by a team that they weren't good enough for. That's, I think, something they would need to look at a little bit. Can now want Haidini. Okay. Vesely want Aerts again. God, we're getting a lot of offers here. Wait, Ferenc want Christopher Lawrence. Yeah, I'm not doing that. He's already annoyed at me, so there's nothing really that will change there. Oh, now he's annoyed at me again. Oh, actually got a couple of these as well. They won't pay us any money, but that's okay. Regular starter. Get rid of that one. Right, let's see what Lawrence says. Oh, God. Oh, wow. My captain's actually said he's going to do something. He's not done anything, but he said he was going to. So he's not an influential player. There's really nothing useful I could say here. F25 chat banned, is it? We've been talking about it all day. End of the day, I'll sell him when I'm ready. Revenue groups, fair enough. Nice one, Howie. That's awesome. Yeah, just as long as it's sensible, right? But just to be fair, it kind of pretty much, I would say, has been, right? That's part of the fun. I didn't want it to turn into some cesspool because that's just no fun for anybody, right? That's the thing. There isn't a lot to say beyond, they said end of January. It's now February, right? Stuck here for. I think he's only got another year left on his deal, but I think I'd rather sell him in the summer when we can start to maybe, while he's got, the better he is when we sell him, the more money we can get, and there's probably in the summer we'll have more clubs interested in him, which means we'll hopefully be able to do a bit of a bidding war. Right, Henry signed another contract. If someone else comes in for Henry again, I may offer him a full-term deal because we're starting to get to the point where he's costing us too much money. Derby in for Manisian now. And John T. Sewell to Notts County. Can learn for Haidini. Part of me actually wants to sell Haidini at some point, but like, we really can't afford to. I will move him back to the... I always feel a bit bad for Ngoy. In the summer, I'd be pretty tempted to sell Haidini as well, because he's just not it, is he? For whatever reason, he just doesn't seem to be able to play well in our system, whereas Ngoy at least seems to have done slightly better. Ertz, I'll offer him out again so he doesn't kick off. It's weird that no one wants him, considering he was apparently our hot prospect, but there you go. It is a bit weird, Lazraz, yeah, because it's like the game is basically saying, here's the amount of money you have, because it actually sets the amount that you're allowed to offer for your players in, where is it? I don't know if it's in salary commitments, or is it summary? I think it kind of does tell you, but then that will just randomly ignore it when you get a bit too close to the thing. And it's like, I hate the fact that in the middle of you trying to like wheel and deal a little bit, it just blocks you from doing anything. That's a real problem. Oh, for God's sake. We don't really have another left back option right now. Like, I've never once had players react in any way other than to get pissed at you about this. I've never once had them go, actually, yeah, you know what? We would be worse if we didn't have this giant perfect player in the squad. They're always just like, no, sell the bastard. Damn it. We don't play in his position, but sure. Also, you haven't exactly handled this well. You don't get to tell me how I've handled it because you're not the boss. I am. Like, I think one of the more annoying things actually is when you get promoted and then your board introduce loads of like, you have a load of like extra expectations about your style of football that are based purely on the way that you were playing when you got promoted. It's like, yeah, but as a newly promoted side, you're gonna lose more, right? Also, if they end up punishing us for this, we're highly disappointed with your apparent disregard for the club's finances. Sorry, the £13 million of debt that you were in when I joined. Sorry that I didn't just sell one of our players for 15 million quid. I haven't seen it, Sir Marco, but I have heard about it. Yeah, they just moan. I would love to see some... Do you know what? That's what I really like in F25. Just players not acting like babies constantly. I realise in real life, like, not everyone's going to be a perfect human being, but some of the illogical nonsense that the game throws at you as a way of just sort of seemingly arbitrarily making things more difficult for you is very irritating. Like when there's a really obvious thing that you would say back to a player in a certain meeting and it doesn't give you the option, even though half the time it's there. Like when a player comes to you and says they're not playing, and randomly it doesn't let you say, I'll loan you out. Even though half the time it does let you say that. It's, yeah. I'm probably not going to mess with stuff like that with like, because I actually quite like the match engine. But if anyone's used it, let me know how it's like. Let me know how it runs. You know. More in for Lawrence. Since Lawrence is Lawrence now, I'm just going to keep rejecting them each time. Why don't you go to a club with no debt and they give you a coaching course? It's a bit like saying, why don't you just earn more money? Name the club. Please tell me which club that is. Yeah, that's the other one. When they moan because they want to be sold, you offer them out and then no one wants them, and then they moan because you couldn't sell them. It's like, hey, if you were a better player, people might want you. Just Just an idea, right? Why don't you just... I mean, I'm trying, Daz. I'm trying, man. Might finally be able to get the second channel monetized. That'd be quite useful. As if we're 10th in the league, by the way. We were in 4th a minute ago. Turkish clubs. We never once got even offered a job interview with the Turkish club in this save. So, again, which Turkish club were you talking about? It's all very well when people say, why don't you just do X, but then provide no examples of what X looks like in the scenario they are specifically telling you to do. It's just very unhelpful, is what I mean. Do you know? We, as far as I know, we've never even been offered a job interview at a Turkish club in this save. Also, speaking of Turkey, there's actually a Turkish club in the Conference League that I was a bit surprised to see, now that we're on it. And also remember, I'm not trying to min-max anything. I'm just trying to progress the save in a fun way, right? Ball doesn't realise it'll make a difference in the future. Exactly, yeah. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, Europa League. Sorry, my apologies. It was actually them, yeah, Eyüpspor, which actually sounds like a Turkish club that's based in Yorkshire. I'm totally here for it. Where are they? Or was it Conference? They might have been in the Europa... Oh, no, it was Conference League. Yeah, my apologies. Also, did anyone notice Hermannstadt are in here? I didn't even see that earlier. There they are. Eyüpspor. Damn, they've been on a hell of a rise as well, haven't they? 3rd tier not even that long ago. That's cool. Fair play to them. Arda Turan's the manager too. That's even cooler. And basically, remember, it's not just a case of... can I delay again? I can? Well, okay. It isn't even just a case of moving to a club that doesn't have debt. That still doesn't mean that they're going to give you a coaching course, unfortunately. Arda Turan, yeah. The former Atletico midfielder, I believe. The Turkish Yorkshire's club. Tom Hay. There you go. It's perfect. He works 37 hours a day. He walks to work 85 miles a day. Right. Let me think about this. Yep. Finances are still shit. Glad I checked. Oh, another one. Papillon. Oh, here we go. Is he playing for Limassol? He is. Wow, he's good. See, these are the kind of players that are coming through their youth intakes. And they're selling them. I'm good Dark MJ. I'd be better if we could win a game or two. Newcastle Blue Star kebabs. Europa League group stage. I need a coffee in it. Yeah, I've had my coffee for the day. I need to get like a big old coffee thermos or something I can fill up with double coffees. Yeah, it's April for Belgium, which is why today's stream is not called Youth Intake, because I was like, that would be ambitious even by my standards for us to get to April today. We'll probably get pretty close. It just means that on Tuesday's stream, we might actually have Youth Intake that isn't in like the last 2 minutes of a stream. Who knew? Yeah, they only owe us 30%, annoyingly. But it is his next transfer. Is he wanted by anyone? He has only scored 2 goals. His average rating is actually quite poor. I think it's another one where we just take the money because we just need the cash right now. I don't think we're going to get through enough to actually make that happen, even if I really put my foot down, which sometimes I do. Ideally, it's 1.6k. It's not even a good bid on him. That's what I find really weird. Low natural fitness. I haven't noticed that specifically. For me, it was always heading ability on centre-backs. That was the one thing that I really noticed was... Do you remember how when we got... Be lucky to get to February. Hey, chat, we're about to tick over into February. I've got an update for you like I promised. It's always heading 9, yeah. On any centre-back. Which, actually, sometimes it was worse than that. It's when it's like heading 6 and you're like, I think you're in the wrong... At that point, I just go, DM. Veteran are starting to run away with this league a little bit. And yet... How are they... They're +9 and 1 minus... Oh, man. No coaches overworked. Helps to get badges. Even if you're... Bear in mind, it's not even a question of me being able to, like, promise anything to the board. So, for example, I could probably do this right now and show you what I mean. Every single time in this save that we have proposed to get a coaching course from the board, they say the exact same thing no matter which club we're at. I don't know if we've gone far... No, we haven't gone far enough for me to do it again. They just say... We can't do it. Stop wasting our time. There is no, like, discussion. Like, you can't say anything back at all. It's just end of conversation. There is no, like, nothing. They just say, we can't afford it. Stop wasting our time. So there's no, like... If we could get into the position to, like, actually talk to them about it, then maybe we'd have a chance, but we can't even do that currently. Right, I'm going to go with Mathis Lebro. through the middle, like I promised. Lawrence's bad morale probably isn't ideal for us either. Is anyone on the bench that's... I probably should put Bueno on the bench a little bit, because I feel like we never really replaced Guillaume. Basically, it seems like since Haidini moved to the middle, Guillaume's got worse. And I want to make sure that we don't make him worse, because he's such an important player. Speaking of, we're nearly at the window now. What's the situation on the these guys? There's Capis, Nardi. They're all kind of quite good. Holman. They're all very similar to each other, and I suspect it will come down to... I feel like Flem is not really the same type of player. He's a bit more of a bruiser. Done 2 seasons in Georgia. Nice. That's cool. I'm glad you guys are doing really well with your versions of Roy. I think we've had a bit of bad luck in places, which hasn't really helped. But also, I'm just kind of enjoying the journey, right? Now, maybe when they go, hey, it's actually coming out March 1st, get ready, lads and lasses, then I'll be like, all right, we've got to speed things up a little bit. But I'm actually quite enjoying the journey part of the Journeyman, right? Hello, Stewie. Idelson Sports are parted ways as a new championship manager series. Yes, it's actually called West Side Football Manager. Randomly take a Brighton. Yeah, if I suddenly take the Brighton job, you'd be like, suspicious. Eyes narrow. Like, there is... I really want to avoid managing in England in this save. The one scenario that I would be very tempted to manage in England in this save is if we saw a random side from League One suddenly be a Premier League team that no one expects, or like League One or lower, then I'd be like, actually, that's still kind of fun, and I would be happy to go there for a bit. But that's probably the only real scenario where I would consider that a viable option, because England's just kind of not that interesting to do at a Journeyman save, right? Setting up Hollywood, I say, I don't think I'd take over Wrexham. Also, Wrexham have done quite poorly in this save. I think they're actually closer to getting relegated to League Two. Incredibly. Right, speaking of winning games, potentially, we have to win this one. There is no excuse, and we've already got a penalty. Love to fucking see it. Brighton's how completely, yeah. I get the feeling in this save that that's going to be tough. Bear in mind, Brighton are a Champions League club in this save, which means they're a very, very good team that could easily end up being a Europa League or Europa Conference League winner before we get a chance to manage them. Fulham have been at the final, yes, 2010. Diego Forlan breaking hearts. Guillaume scored another goal. We lead. Love to see it. Been invited to be on the Tony Jameson thing yet? Well, as in his thing with Steve Sidwell. I didn't think he was having guests on that, was he? I thought that's his own little thing. It's cool. I am going on the podcast again soon, though. And it should have been enough. As if we've hit the bar again. Managed QPR. I don't think I could bring myself to do that. Honestly, I can't believe we've hit another crossbar. It is actually a sick joke at this point. I thought it was going to be another penalty. Great win. Yeah, I was very, very surprised by us winning that. But we've started strongly in this game, which is the most important thing. But look at this. Even this win would only push us up to 8th place now, because look how tight it is. It's insane, the woodworkery. The bar, the post. Tell you what, though, look at this. We are cooking up chances. We just need someone to bury the damn things. Bring my Muller back in. Oh, shit, you're right. I did indeed forget. But it looks like it's not made too much of a difference today, as we've actually played extraordinarily well. I think it's because there's so much variety. You just get so much cool stuff. I don't know if you saw this. We had... Just in like, we're only in like season 4, and already the variety of teams we've seen in like European games. There is an Austrian second tier team in the Europa Conference League in this save. A team that was in the 5th tier not that long ago either. Yeah, we're extending our lead in the XG table, which is the real quiz. Oh no. Well, here comes their equaliser, presumably. Random over-aggressive tackle that's now going to lead to eventually them just playing all the way through. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I need to be a bit more positive about this, actually. Maybe it's my dour vibes that have cost us there. We're going to win this 3-0, I'm telling you. Devos goes back out wide. Drills it across, and it's 2-0. It's another penalty. It's another penalty. Right. Guillaume for the second time today. We only score from the spot. It's rare that you see 2 penalties scored in the same game, but it doesn't matter because Valentin is just the man. 13th goal of the season from central midfield. MD Games, thank you for the 27 months. Exactly, that's how we climb the table. We have had to require penalties, which is a little bit disappointing when you consider that our non-penalty XG is still like 1.5 in this game. But hey, sometimes you don't ask how, they ask how many. Seraing. LeBro, though, has done a good job at leading the line today. Like 7.1, despite not scoring or assisting. I don't know if he won the penalty or not, but I don't think you get any bonus rate for that anyway. So that at least is something. Haidini's on a 6.9 as well. More good news off the bar. Hey, we benefit. How in earth has that not gone in or out of play? Right, keeper. Okay, good. Breakaway chance. Let's go. I'm feeling a hat-trick for Guillaume today, just to really send us to where we need to be. This is great from him. That drive he has to push us forward. And he's found Haidini. He's making the run. This highlight is not done yet. Guillaume. Back to Haidini. Oh, I thought they were going to do the longest 1-2 in the history of football. This highlight is going still. Ah, never mind. I'm still feeling 3-0. Shams Dina's not been very good here. Lawrence was looking awfully Ben Collinsy there, yes. Some say he actually knows who he is. Oh, he's got that little run inside there and he didn't find the pass. Haidini does get a little bit isolated out. That's, oh my God, with passing like that, it's not hard to see why. Good tackle. That is actually an incredibly good tackle. He's made up for that horrendous pass there a little bit. Right, come on. Don't do anything stupid now. Just play through the lines. Guillaume's come over to help. I like that from him. He's everywhere. He was omnipotent. Or is it omniscient? No, that's all seeing, isn't it? Right, let's go. I wouldn't mind a Haidini contribution in this game, at least to sort of... Can we stop it with these shitty passes, man? How is our passing so bad in moments like this? It's like we've got this bug of complacency whenever we get into any vaguely good position in a game. Right, ball in. Of course it fucking is. I mean, this team, man. It's actually insane. Replacement of Regan Booty, you say? Booty left back. Do we think about it? I'm tempted. He can do that. Zigmundo, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. That's very, very kind of you. I hope you're having a fabulous Sunday. Welcome aboard, friend. I am going to bring on Henry, though, because that is not happening. Massanello's actually been kind of poor, but we are a little bit light there. We'll go with Smates. It does. It feels like they're always waiting for the ball to come to them rather than stepping into it. It's just really weird. I'm going to let Haidini have more game time today. It reminds me so much of the Dessel game as well. Who are now... No, it wasn't Dessel, was it? It was... Or maybe it was Dessel. We've got Smates on. This is the sort of thing... If we don't win this game, then I might be... Oh... It's... Yeah. It feels like we're having to score... We're having to create twice as many chances for every goal that realistically we should be scoring, which is fine when we have games like this where we actually are creating... Oh my God, again!
2 blocks from here.
Good tackle. Did that guy just fall over randomly there before even being tackled? Hellstrider, thank you very much for the follow. It's so weird. The like random... Hang on, how has our player just kicked that forward for them here? It's just... Every pass is just like weirdly... He's done it again! Oh my God! I actually give up with this fucking team. This shit is absolutely infuriating. Like, what are you supposed to do when they can't complete a fucking pass? These guys are bottom of the league nearly. And yet, naturally, we just cannot do even the simplest things. Oh my God. We'll probably go and win it 3-2 now, actually. MD Games, thank you for the 100 bits. It's incredible. The passing is insane. Passing is one of the ways that it balances games out like that as well, which is really infuriating because there's really no reason why it would do this. Right, come on, Haidini. Cuts inside. And incredibly, now we're back in front again. Was the other 21 guy? Really? Okay, we're back in front. Panic over, chat, but my Christ. It's in our culture. How are we making it this difficult? Is this an assist for Haidini, potentially? I mean, LeBro has scored, and I'm pleased for him there. Oh, God, I'll tell you what. This season is going to be the death. Just the 4.7 XG for the 3-2 victory. Just... Oh, God. The amount of, like, quality chances we have to create to get the simplest of goals to go in is actually insane, but we have managed to just about get it over the line. Our non-penalty XG is still, like, well over 3 in that game. Oh, dear. Bloody hell. Well, the thing is, they're not initiating the XG. Even if you discount the penalties, we're still above 3. A win's a win, but my God, we made that difficult. Haidini did at least get an assist. Lebro was good. Guillaume was amazing. Oh, my blood pressure's messing PSL. Yeah, if I was to like cut myself right now, it would just blind everybody. Oh, dear. Not a good season. Thing is, right, everything that we directly can control, as far as I'm concerned, is actually having a good season for us. It's just things that are out of our control, like things like constantly hitting the post, have cost us. Long shots, no. Well, no, you can tell it's not long shots because we'll have that same sort of XG in games where we only have like 3 shots. So it has to be just players missing chances, mostly hitting the post. It's the woodwork that's killed us. I think we had some where we looked earlier where like 12% of our shots have hit the woodwork. Bear in mind the average, I believe, is in the Premier League at least. Now, obviously, it's slightly lower level. Is 3. Let's see if we can find that stat again. It might have gone down now actually because I don't think we've hit it as many lately. Just when we do, it's just extremely annoying. It was in Data Hub, wasn't it? And then team shots. 4, 6. So it's 12% now. It has, hang on, let me just do domestic league matches, actually. It's gone up to 14. Right, cool. 14% of our shots have hit the woodwork. Panic. That is definitely me. Individual number. I will show you in a second. The closest panic that I can see is this guy. And this guy is apparently really good because he was on the next gen list. So this is anti-panic. He's an anti-anxiety. Bournemouth hitting it 16 times. And bear in mind, we've played a few less games than that. So let's have a look. I think it was way more than that. It's 24, 40, and 16. So we've hit the woodwork in this season 80 times. 80. 80 times. Oh, hang on. That's including friendlies. One sec. That's not entirely correct. Yeah, it's not as high as that. That's my bad. That would have been insane. Even though that is still insane, but it's nowhere near as insane as it was. Yeah, so it's actually 47 times we've hit the woodwork. Which is still 3 times. Probably around what it should be. But once they start finishing, it's... Oh, and now Massanella's out for the next game, which means we might even see a start for Sveni boy, potentially. Oh, thank you, Superwonder. That's really, really kind of you, man. I appreciate it, even though I've been a bit of a complainy boy today. But we've all been there with the... I realize that you guys don't even like get asked about that when I get annoyed about results like that, because it's just like, fuck me. We've all been there, right? 123... I wish we did. We have 123% shot accuracy with the post, if that's where we're aiming. Potentially, anyway. We're a Fulham fan. That's what I do. Got a cheese ball for later. Makes for good content. I know. But I know there's always a fine line with that, right? I'll complain in the moment, then we get over it and move to the next game. Someone who's more of a striker, but shadow striker. Sure, but it's not as simple as that, is it? It's a bit like saying, just sign the perfect player. Like, it just really doesn't work like that. It was much easier for us to get away with something like that at Cardiff Drax because the level was much lower. Little improvements make a huge difference. At this level, it's not quite as easily. It's not quite as easy to do that. Because retraining players at semi-pro level is nigh on impossible. So if we can't get a guy who is at least already competent in that role, then it's going to be an absolute hiding to nothing in order to actually get them to translate that over. Like, I reckon if I could have trained Haidini as a shadow striker all season, I still reckon he wouldn't get past the red thingy there. Now, obviously, he's not playing there anymore, so I'm going to move him back. But that's the problem. On a semi-pro training schedule, it's almost impossible to retrain players like that. So we need to find the guy in the first place, and that's really hard to do. Damn right, Dan. I agree. Yeah, so the skin is one way to do it, Hellstrider, I would say. There are other things that I'm using, but the skin is definitely a factor. It's attack, isn't it, we use? He really should be much better here. Like, playing him through the middle was an absolute... There's no reason why he should be bad in the role we're playing. Maybe his passing's a little low. But other than that, really, he should just do better, really. That's a song request, and that is also a song request. Okay, cool. But it does look like we might be able to get out of the window without losing Guillaume, which is really important. I've not had any luck of retraining players to other roles, other positions where they have no knowledge of it, whilst doing semi-pro training thus far. Because obviously I've been doing a lot of that on Beaconsfield. Bitch more. Oh, bitch more. Oh, what shall I bitch about, chat? It's interesting that he's wanted by club match by Bruno Lage as well. Like, does he have any connection to? I don't want to lose him, obviously. We'll lose him in the summer. That's fine. It seems like the other teams. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, because is a team from the second tier really gonna sign Guillaume? And the teams in our league can't. We haven't signed one of them up yet. And also not sure we need to, actually, we kind of do need to. The problem is, basically, I don't want to sign a guy and then not play him and then just cause squad issues with that, basically. That's the, wow, Ghent want Ryan Ertz. Thank God he's got a proper deal. That's interesting, though. Minassian's got a derby. De Jong has gone to Sanga Belende, which is dope. On the Highland Brighton goal. Yeah, I was very surprised by it. Like, extremely surprised. But that's a hell of a way to respond. Load FM, thank you for the raid. How was stream? Thanks to the no trends, I'm going to watch us lose now. See you later, Daz. I don't know. Actually, no, I can't. Oh, God, not again. Right, this time I'm giving Henry a proper contract. Wait, I can offer him a £5 a week deal. We just need to give Henry a proper deal. He's Cameroonian, and I'm obviously going to drop that right now. Let's just see where we're at on this. Okay, we've just got that, apparently. I'm happy to give him £210 a week. No, I agree, Dan. I made the bold claim of saying that I thought Bournemouth would actually finish above them before Bournemouth beat them 5-0 the other day. People gave me pelters for that, but I mean, to be fair, Forest are still a very good... And that isn't me saying Forest are bad. I think Forest are great. I just think Bournemouth are probably a better side. I'll be curious to see how it pans out. I think the gap is probably a little bit too large for that one to come off now, but I'm still sticking with it. £6 a week would be very funny. We've got two guys with Ertz as their surname, which is weirdly not a surname I'd actually heard until moving club for next season. No. This is our first season at the club. Full of Hogway. Yeah, but Chris Wood is just doing Chris Wood things at the moment. They did absolutely demolish Brighton. And they also got absolutely demolished by Bournemouth. It goes both ways, right? But what I would say is the recovery to go from that to beating Brighton 7-0 is an incredible, like, mentality monster kind of energy. Because that was the sort of point where it could have fallen apart. I do like seeing Chris Wood do well, though. I like Chris Wood. Lionheart. Sorry, it's because we're on transfer deadline day. The game is getting extra laggy because it's trying to do like 1 billion transfers. So, honestly, I'm actually tempted to let that happen. Right, so Henry now has a proper contract with 2 years plus 2 years. Tremendous. So we're not losing Henry anytime soon, even if it did cost us a bit of wage budget. I'm going to let Bono go, since it looks like we should be safe. Oh, there's Patra Eisden. Weren't we talking about them literally earlier today? Recycling company, does it? Yeah, it fully does, doesn't it? It really, really does. Lionheart. The question is, which Lionheart? Probably not that one. I probably would have been better off just outright searching for it. I'll let Mark go. These ones here. I love that. It's great. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the prettiest lion of them all? Well, it's me, Mr. the Lion. That's amazing. It's giving... I really enjoyed that. Nice. Yeah, I don't think we need to sign one of those guys up. Not until the summer. Those, like, freebie... Not, sorry, the freebies. Those trial-y guys, because... Oh, it's done. Transfer's cancelled. That's fine. Up to that, we're not too bad. So I was hoping they'd have another one for us there. It's up there with some of my favourite badges. Also, what league is it that A Coconut play in? Oh, it's Suriname. Right. Okay, I wasn't sure. Suriname actually has got some underrated bangers. Only job in China. China was actually didn't have a lot of the great names. Japan, it was the lower leagues in Japan that really did it. They had some tremendous names. Australia actually had a couple of interesting ones too. There's a team in Australia called The Gap, and another one that's just called The Entrance, which I really enjoyed. Mentoring review. Oh, good. We needed that. Team of the week for both LeBro. I think we've got to persist with LeBro. That composure is appalling, but he has at least scored a goal. I think he could be him. Doesn't like big matches, but we don't care about that. So, who have Spurs actually signed this window? Because I thought they signed Danso. I mean, is he going to be in the squad today? Empty net tapping. Yeah, but he had to get in the position, right? Which is something. And it seems like his ratings in games were still quite good even prior to that, because he wasn't hemorrhaging a rating. He was linking the play up quite nicely. Yeah, it said it was like Bateau Bay or something. It was like The Entrance Bateau Bay. Is it really, Norden? Wow, okay. Just the way to a clothing store. The Entrance, The Gap. Not to mention there was obviously Kinky University in Japan, which is also a spectacular name. Find low move. Bro, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation when I've offered you out multiple times and no one wants you. How is that my... If this causes an issue, I'll be very frustrated again, because it's like, I can't force a loan. It's that composure, yeah. It really is. And I think what we really need to prioritize in the summer is finding the guy, basically. The guy that's going to be... Yeah, it said like Bateau Bay, I swear. Because the team's called The Entrance, but when you go on it, it says The Entrance Bateau Bay FC. Spent way too long looking through club names yesterday. Way too long. Not yesterday, sorry, Friday. We just need that one player that's really going to kick us on. Feels very Japan. Yeah. I had to cut a few out because Instagram won't let you put videos on there that's longer than 90 seconds, so I had to cut a few out. Get those names. Basically, Hadrian did some wizardry with North Macedonia. So basically, one of the ways that they made FM24 faster than 23 was by not loading in loads of teams when you start your save. And Hadrian found a way to essentially tell the game that those teams are necessary and add them back in. So this save file has all of the teams that you could possibly imagine that are missing. You know, say if you go to Guam in your save, right? You'll only have like single-digit teams available to you, whereas I have all of the teams in Guam. And it's just fun, because we thought it'd be good for the lookups. Unicorn FC. The Wensleydale Creamery. It feels like I'm in an episode of like a Wallace and Gromit film. Tremendous work. James Whittaker. Nah, he's a Leatherhead now. He's good. Right, pre-match press conference. My press conference media handling must be getting close to 100 at this point. Because I've been doing press conferences and everything. Oh, not quite. 84% though. Look at that. 20% rep as well. It's good news. Yeah, it's because I don't know exactly what Hadrian did. All I know is it had something to do with North Macedonia. And that's why we cannot turn North Macedonia off in this save. I believe. Others we can, but that might be one we have to leave alone. Yeah, so you've only got 11, whereas I have, I think, 50. And some other nations it's even worse. Where there's like 5 teams or something. Aopspor really do have that vibe as well, yeah. I really like the idea of just... build a wall. He did. He's built it all. He edits, he builds walls, he does it. Teemo databases. Yeah, so it's the only one of the databases we're using that isn't Teemo's. It's the North Macedonia one, and that's the reason for it. So Hadrian could put his magic touch to it. 34 points is... Oh, God. It's the difference is if we'd beaten Winklesport, that's where it really is crucial, because we'd have been on 37 right now. In fact, if we'd have beaten Winklesport, we'd be in second place. That's the difference. Here we go. It's tagged on the North Macedonia division. What we're doing is that every single team in the 55,000 non-extinct teams in the game could play across 3... Yeah. Just like a little cheeky bit. And we figured that with the save running fairly slowly because of all the leagues we got loaded anyway, it was unlikely to cause any additional slowdown, or certainly not a noticeable one. How are Mariska getting on these days? Not well. Not well at all. Better than when we were there, but not that well. Also, their manager's got an incredible name. Niko Dragolovkanin. He's got a he looks like Graham Souness from the 80s. I love him already. been around a little bit, but I am a big fan. Carpet Masters is fantastic. Don't forget Recycling, Nissan Frontiers, etc. Hang on, did we just get like a Hydini pleasing progress followed by another one straight off the bat? He is a very good player, but that just simply means that when I sell him for loads of money, he looks like he could be worth a lot of money. And that's great, because we will find a way to make him work. I'm just not entirely sure. Because he's so good. His attributes are perfect. And sometimes this does happen. Sometimes it isn't even about the player that's struggling. Sometimes it's about another player in another position that's struggling a little bit. And once you get one sort of bit sorted out, it fixes the rest of it. Sort of ripples down through the team. So let's get Bo back in instead of Pity. Although I do think Pity's done all right. Obviously gone to the bench. Massanello will now have to come out. In place. Wow, we're actually running a bit low on players here in a good way. Who's got good? Have you got good PA? Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Member. Delenn would probably be a good idea to have on the bench. Okay. I feel a bit sorry for Regan Booty, who's kind of been pushed down the pecking order slightly, but at the end of the day, surely he's got to understand that Gonçalves de Nascimento has been excellent. One of our better players this season. Like, Bo Muller's ratings have actually not been very good compared to Pittier. Sorry, Pittier? To Pity. Let me just do a quick little comparison. Let me just see. For straight up centre-back, central defender, defend. So better in the air is Pity. Worse in the marking. Worse in the tackling. Honestly, where he excels is physicals. Compared to Bo, he's better physically, but Bo's way better mentally, and honestly, technically, it's much of a muchness. They're the sort of players that I think would actually play quite well together. But then you've got Dylan Velociraptor, who's just been crushing it this season and having a lovely old time. I'm surprised he's not scored a goal, actually. That's one thing I would like to see from him, is a bit of goal scoring, perhaps. Insurance Management Bears are just called Bears now. They used to be called Insurance Management Bears. I don't know if it still shows up when you type it in. No, it doesn't. But they are solely called Bears. They changed their name. There they are. That is them, as far as I'm aware. But why would you change your name from Insurance Management Bears to... Wait, they have 20 youth recruitment? I didn't know that. Also, big fun fact, their key player is Michael Massey. Just tremendous. Have they got any actual players? Any regens, perhaps? Not that Bahamas' youth rating is going to be any good, but just makes you wonder if they do have anyone good, they're likely to have... Yeah, that's kind of fun, actually. Mattia, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it won't give them any good regens, but just imagine if it did. He was the F1 guy, yeah. Mike Dodds. Did you relate to Ken Dodd? The assistant manager at Ipswich Town. Mr. Velociraptor, we do, yes. We were unsure if he was the one that was prioritised on the aerial stuff, but he is. He's just seemingly not winning a lot of aerial challenges, which is odd for a guy who's 6'4" with 18 jumping. Yeah, no, Michael, no, this is so not right. Turns out there's actually a Bahamanian Lewis Hamilton in this save, and he's not having the best time of it either. Okay. We progress. Hopefully. So I feel like we don't score enough corners. So I've been using a different corner tactic that I built in Beaconsfield. It's still not amazing, but it does help that I have a 6'6" Croatian. But I might have to find a way to yoink that out of the other save at some point and try and bring that in here, because that could just having the odd set piece goal every few games is kind of... I'd be curious to see where we actually sit on the set piece league, because I don't recall seeing us scoring a corner goal, really, at all. In fact. Oh, come on. Now this is huge because these guys are top of the league, so this is a real test to see where we actually stack up from a stats wise at least, or maybe actually on the form. Lebro 1-0. Mattis Lebro. We lead away at literally the best team in the league. Okay, and we've managed to put a good ball across and score a goal. And was that Devos? It was. I thought it might have been Hydini for a second, but no, it was Devos that... Or was it? Yeah, it's a really nice run, actually. Great ball through. Lebro is in. Turns out he was the Lebro to us all along. Right, that's good. That'll push us right back up into the battle again. And even bring these guys in a little bit. That'll push us up to 3rd in the league. Oh, and still with 12 matches to go, it's right there for us. Hello, Pog. How goes it? You're up for fajitas later? Yes. Don't need to ask me twice. But if you could, that'd be lovely. I respond better. Oh, now Houdini's hurt himself. Can't risk it. We're going and goy. Yeah, fajitas. Wow, one shot in half an hour, and it was at least us, but that doesn't actually bode well. That suggests, if anything, they're probably going to just grind through us as the game wears on. What is with these fucking free kick goals? I hate this. It's like your goalkeeper just dives over it every single time. Oh. Also, why do we leave a guy randomly unmarked at the far post, even though we're literally not set to do that? It's always fun when that happens, isn't it? We have actually... I have got... Hang on, I just want to check that I do at least have set pieces set up. Yes, I do. Okay, cool. For some reason, I was like, did I actually input the set pieces, or have I just been using default until now? I feel like if it were using default, we'd have conceded way more. Come on, man! Every single shot in this game has been a goal. That was a nice little deflection. Good. Definitely not annoying in any way. Where's our deflections? Where's our little bit of luck in a match? I don't know who that even deflects off. Oh, it was Gonçalves. Peter Bible. Every shot in the game has been a goal. And we've still been fine. But just coming out on the wrong end of it again. It's what we do. God, this team is going to be the death of my brain. I really hope we can at least improve them going into next year. That's a great ball. It's Sven on the ball. Can he whip it back for someone? He can. He's found LeBro. LeBro's in the box. And it's... But how do these ones never go in? But they always fucking go in off of nothing at the other end. It's infuriating. He's right there with a tap in. But no, don't be silly. Those never go in. I can't believe you'd expect to score a tap in from 2 yards. Oh my goodness me. This team is... They're going to be the death of me. What a chance that was for a simple tap. Was that Ngoy? It was Ngoy. There's a reason why he's just hemorrhaged all of his match rating in this game so far. Ngoy drops it short. Flicked all the way through. Oh, it's just a cloud. Even that was further away. Ah, dear. So we're losing 2-1 at half-time off of their only 2 shots. Oh, no, they've had another one there, to be fair. Christ. Okay, there's plenty of time. But my goodness me. I just figured that it would even out over the course of a season. And it still can. It's just actually insane how every game is like this. Which means it has to be the consistency of the players. Oh, and calm. But it feels like, you know, the other end, it's a deflected goal for them. Meanwhile, we can't score from 2 yards out, or we'd hit the post or the bar repeatedly every single time. Although we actually haven't hit the woodwork today, in our defence. Just hit everything else. All right, a little flick on here or something. Right, here we go. Just get a 2-2 draw. That would be deserving. Yeah, okay, whatever. Just blaze it over the bar from nowhere. Our right back will not stop shooting, which is frustrating. They do. Originally, when we first saw the team come up, I was like, where the hell is that, you know? We're going to hit the woodwork with a last-minute chance in this game for sure as well, yeah. Oh, right. And Goy, I wish I could substitute him, but I don't really want to sub the sub because I don't really have an obvious replacement for him. Actually, you know what? Just for that, I'm going to sub the sub. That's what you get. We're going to bring Johan Verlainen. I need to make some other subs anyway, to be fair. We'll go with Henry. We'll go with Regan Booty. Hello, old friend. Not that Smates has been very good today either, but he has been played out of position, so I'll give him that. 15k a week. That's not ideal. How long has he got left on his contract? Is there a way you can get rid of it? Yeah, if we train them... No, to be fair, if we trained them to hit the woodwork, then they would just miss to the other side of the post instead. It's just more of the same, isn't it? I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a team since the Cape Town Spurs days that are so incapable of taking a chance in a match that is created right directly in front of them. Oh, Beveren are winning again. We're going to lose to their only 2 shots on target with... what can I tell you? It's just the same shit every week. And it's one of these ones where it doesn't feel like there's much we can really do about it. That's what makes it more frustrating, because the things you want your team to do, create opportunities, and don't give up many opportunities. We've ticked both of those boxes all season. It just means we can't score our opportunities, and every time our opponents get anywhere near our penalty area, it's a goal. Or don't even have to get that close to it, to be fair. We're 9th in the league again. Oh. Yeah, more XG points, of course. At least we're managing to do well in the under-19 league. High reps into the league. Yeah, it's not to do with rep. It's definitely... Oh, damn. It has to be the consistency. But young players are going to be inconsistent for the most part. We're going to have to suffer through it a little bit, yeah. What we got? -9 on this? -8. And -11 on goals scored as well. Which is genuinely might be one of the worst I've ever had. We've also conceded 7 more goals than we should have done too, because these random goals just go in. Scored 11 less than we should have done. Conceded 7 more. And yeah. So it was rep. It can be rep. But there's a different things. There are multiple factors that go into why a team is bad or good, right? Put it this way, right? Imagine if we didn't have good rep. Imagine how much worse it'd be. Part of the reason we get so many penalties is because of the rep, I suspect. Actually, where are we on the set pieces? That's what I was going to have a look at. Our next game chat is against the actual worst team in the league. At home, they're bottom. Have 10 points. It's set up perfectly. Rashford's competing as Villa Medical. Really? Quality players, they're really mid. Yes, but so are the other players in this league. That really cannot be stressed enough, because we're in the Belgian third tier. If you're comparing the quality of players we have to the players of, say, Fulham or Brentford or Palace, then yes, they are mid, obviously. But the other teams in our league are also mid. That's why they're in this division. If they were a lot better than us, they wouldn't be in this division. Like, from a sort of overall standpoint, you look at the season preview, we are slap bang mid-table, which is exactly where we are. But we're not the best team in this league. We're not the worst team in this league. And most of these are actually the only team that's actually managed to break into the sort of the top 6 in this one, so to speak, is Hoogstraten, who've actually been a lot worse than you'd expect. But if it was debatable, how dare you suggest that? Great win for us yesterday. Van Rafe has been that bad. No, I don't think he has either, actually. Yeah, Thomas Van Malen is managing them, yeah. I'd be curious to see what his... I feel like he's not really been helped a lot of the time as our goalkeeper. His save percentage is actually quite low compared to his expected save percentage. Passing's good. We'll check the proper stat in the team stats bit. Oh, wrong one. Because I want to look at the set pieces as well. Where is it? It's in the attacking one, isn't it? Just out of curiosity. Non-penalty expected goals is the second highest in the league, so that's good to see. Expected goals under performance. Look at the difference. Minus 11.25. The next worst is minus 4.8. The best in the league, by the way, Hoogstraten at 12.4. No, we can't compete with the B teams. But remember, the other teams are also competing against those B teams too. So that's why, I mean, it doesn't really stack up. Goals from corners. 1. All season. We have scored a direct free kick. We've actually scored 2 of those, to be fair. So not enough set-piece goals as well is really kind of costing us too. So I may have to look into that after stream. Just have a little bit of a deeper dive. Now, what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, goalkeepers. That's defending. Watch him have the worst expected... Wait, he's kind of bad. Wait, hang on. Oh, that's per 90 minutes. My apologies. Expected goals prevented. It's actually the worst in the league. I can't sort this a different way, but it is the worst. Move to the left. It's actually incredibly, it's the worst in the league. At one point he wasn't, and there is seemingly no reason why. He did just randomly drop off, didn't he? Only the 6 clean sheets. Strange. What was Mamadou's numbers looking like in the sort of... Oh, he hasn't actually played for us this season. There's simply no reason why this guy should be any better. When you look at the comparison between the two, I wonder if it's because of things like his rushing out tendency and his high eccentricity. I hate that in goalkeepers in the match engine. That guy's got really low eccentricity and really high rushing out tendency, which is actually arguably even worse. 9 jumping reach. I don't care about the jumping reach. It's their command of area that matters to me. It's kind of like the difference between like their head. Like that's what actually matters to me. If he's doing that well, which he does seem to for the most part. I'm not opposed to starting Mamadou Diop in the next game. It's just that really there should be no reason why he'd be any better. Because he's worse in every way, but something about... And honestly, right? The defensive side of stuff is... Oh, cash injection, nice. Not very much, but there we go. Let's get there. It's also... It's FM and goalkeepers as well. Don't want to be high. I guess... If we're talking hidden attributes, then dirtiness, right? But I think we're supposed to be talking about more visible attributes. The ones I really don't like is I don't like high eccentricity on goalkeepers. I just never see it seem to turn into anything good for the most part, right? I just kind of hoping we can overperform our expectations from the board this season a little bit, so maybe get a bit more cash in the summer. Although maybe having a season where we actually finish exactly where we expect to, knowing full well that in actuality we should have been way further up, is probably a good thing in some respects, because it means that we know we can be the best team in this league. We just need to let the team cook a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the goalkeeper is definitely an issue there. But I don't think that one's an immediately easy fix. And our goalkeeper conceding more goals than he should be is one issue for sure, but I don't think that's entirely down to him in some ways. Showing pleasing progress yet again. The lack of being able to take our chances has really cost us too. Like, we're overperforming... Sorry, we're underperforming more attacking-wise than we are defensively, although the defensive side of things has been catching up a little bit now. High flair and defensive players. Yeah, it does seem like it's more likely to make them do stupid nonsense. Where are we on, like, overall XG? Who's really costing us now? So Guillaume's still in a good spot. Haidini's still an absolute disaster. Massanello's doing okay. Bootie's not been great, but he hasn't played much. Nascimento hasn't scored a single goal. And it's mostly just these, like, fringe players that need to just chip in occasionally. I don't think like it's not often to do with their age, unless they've got poor consistency. I mean, he may well do. But he actually doesn't, which is usually the thing that would matter to me. With goalkeepers, for me, at the higher level, it's all about big matches. If they're a good goalkeeper, then the big match trait is what you want. But at this level, big matches doesn't matter. I think it's just a question of... Yeah, I just don't know. It's just a question of we keep going and hope that it does eventually start to turn around for us, because we've genuinely not had a single lucky win in the entirety of the season, but we've probably had about 7 unlucky draws or defeats. Yeah, I mean, obviously their mentals will improve and goalkeepers take longer. Come from OTI. I guess they will, yeah. Actually, no, they probably wouldn't, because I think we've kind of already decided that Vida is probably going to be the next manager when that ever happens. I'm good. Major Duck Norris. How's it going, friend? Hope you're having a fabulous Sunday. Exactly. It's all relative, right? This is why I always find it interesting when people are like, this guy's rubbish. And I'm like, we're in the Belgian third tier, etc. It's like, you're not going to find a guy who's got those perfect attributes, because if they were, they wouldn't be willing to join you in the Belgian third tier, right? Determines a big match in the game. It's determined by the reputation of the competition as rated out of 200, then the round of said competition. So if it's the league, then... Or if it's like a derby. If it's a derby, obviously that is also a big match. But it's reputation of competition and then a round of said competition. Obviously, if it's the league, then it's the same every time for the most part, because there's no rounds per se. And I don't think it tracks it later into it. But say you're in the Champions League, that's the highest possible big match, so to speak. So the big match attribute will have more of an effect in the Champions League, as well as the round of it. So if you're in the group stages versus the final. Next year, I know, Norden. Now we're minus 11. It's actually somehow got worse. I think part of that is, even in that game we won, if you missed it earlier, even in the game we won 3-2, we had 4.68 XG to 0.72, and we still only won 3-2. F25 or F26? I don't know. Genuine important question, though, I'm glad you bring that up, is because obviously, say it was delayed again till, like, I don't know, May, June or whatever. At that point, is there even any point in us trying to do a Building a Nation? Because the timescale would only be like 4 months, which wouldn't give us enough time to actually do what we want, right? So yeah, if that is the case, then we'd have to look at something else. But that's okay. That's why I had back. We'll do African Adventure. No. I would be totally fine with doing OTI again, honestly. Higher importance. It might do, honestly, Thomas. I don't know. That wasn't something that Max kind of brought up in his tests, but potentially it might. There isn't really a lot to say, Aaron, really, beyond us discussing the fact that we've heard nothing, and thus that is a worry. Come out later. I don't know how far behind on the cycle they could get to, right? Because they couldn't then be like, oh, well, if we release it in June or whatever, then we'll just push back F1 26 to January. It just gets the whole thing screwed up, and I don't think they could do that. Right, I think I'm actually happy with that lineup, although Haidini is... We'll go Ngoy instead of Haidini for the start today. I'm tempted to start Pity over Bo Muller because I think Pity's played better than Muller when he's played. And he gives us a couple of things. And I wonder if part of the issue we've got is that our defenders are not playing well, and it's best to put the best playing defenders in the team. Lawrence has also struggled a bit. And I wonder whether actually we'd be better off putting Devos on the left-hand side and Delenn on the right and dropping other guy as well, because he's been performing poorly this season too. And at the end of the day, when players play well, they probably deserve to be... Oh, Massinello's back. Right, very good point. Which means Smatesy can drop out. Nice, because Massinello's played well. Which means I can then bring Smeets back... Sorry, Smates back onto the bench instead of probably Ertz. Sometimes a change. Plus, with Devos being right-footed, I think he'll actually suit that inverted wingback role quite nicely. And I think that Delenn could be like a slightly less good version of Devos. If he could get... Now, the issue is I worry that we'll then make the right side worse by doing that, by improving the left-hand side. So it's... But if you're in this position, right, we're not going to get relegated. We're unlikely to get promoted, barring an absolutely mad run. So at this point, I think it's the perfect time to experiment with the personnel that we have, at least. Because I think what this season has shown is that tactically, this tactic is cooking. If it's able to put up those kind of numbers, we just need to get the guys to really buy into the progress and get the points on the table. It's actually performed better than I ever expected it would do this season, in terms of its creativity. So also remember, we're playing bottom of the league, who've won 3 games all season and have a minus 44 goal difference in 23 games. They're nearly conceding negative 2 goals on average per game, i.e., you know, they're losing every game by an average of 2 goals. Which means we will win 1-0 with 19 XG. Actually, no, for some reason, I have a feeling that LeBro is just going to score a hat-trick today. And we'll win like 5-1 or something. It just feels like that exact type of game. I want to keep an eye on DeVos as well. Okay, they've got an injury early doors. But to be fair, first 20 minutes of this game, we've not really seen a lot from us either. It's not like we've started the way we did in that other game. Oh, that's nice. Right, breakaway chance. Let's go. Oh, for God's sake. Lads, you've got to be a bit more patient with the ball. Got a lot of bodies in that area of the pitch. If we could pinch it off them... That is an unbelievable stop from Van Rafe there. I actually can't believe he's even got something on that. That should have been a goal. That's the first good thing we've seen him do for quite some time. And it's things like that that make you go, yeah, this guy's actually a good goalkeeper. But I think the defence in front of him has let him down too much. But notice how these guys have started the game really strongly. In typical fashion. We're just going to play like absolute garbage, aren't we? Oh, isn't it great? Isn't it amazing? That we're just being so mid against literally the easily worst team in the league now. Right, come on. I'm hoping as the game wears on, we'll just create enough chances to make something happen. Here we go. Massinello! There we go. That little bit of extra quality from Tristan Massinello. 1-0 to Seraing. Don't know if we even deserve it, but Nascimento gets his 5th assist of the season, and we do at least lead going into half-time, and hopefully we can build on that in the second half. But that was a really mid goal. What I would say is they got way too narrow here. Ah, no, this was really good from LeBro. He forces their fullback inside, which leaves the space for Massinello, and then they can't get across and cover him. It's a good effort, actually. But we're very fortunate to be winning the game at half-time, which we actually may not be if our defenders just... Great tackle. Watch them equalise right on the stroke of half-time now. Or we could go up the other end. I don't know, it feels like we're almost playing on the break against the worst team in the league, which is strange. Have they just hit that same ball again? Oh, I'm going to pull my hair out. As if he's done that twice in one game and we've let them do it. How are they just allowing that to happen? Mad. There you go. You're not being a wimp, though, are you, Cannonball, by any chance? That's unfortunate, but they've been poor. We've been poor. We deserve to actually be losing this game, if anything. Yeah, long balls. That's unusual. To be fair, we were warned. They had that chance earlier in the game that Van Wraith managed to incredibly pull a save out. But we don't deserve anything from this game right now. Was that like his first goal of the season or something? I am tempted to actually switch these guys back over for the time being and just get Lawrence back in for the time being. But we've not played well in this game. Apparently, yeah. Okay. I mean, this is not like one of these games where we can sit here and be like, oh, no, we're hard done by. We've been playing crap. It is just hilarious how that happens against the worst team in the league. Actually, watch us win this game whilst being bad. 2028 already, because we've played 4 seasons. And it's just ticked over into January, to be fair. Good clearance. Actually, it's not a good clearance, is it? And I do wonder if we're actually missing Haidini. It's crazy to say, but I feel like we've just... Every highlight seems to start with them with the ball and not us, which means that we're kind of just not able to impose ourselves on this game at all. Or do we go Smates? Haidini is injured. I'm thinking Smates. We're going to try and pull off a miracle. Do I do something really stupid and put Booty into the centre of midfield? Because Guillaume's kind of struggled a little bit here. This would be a poor draw to end up with. But actually, I can feel us winning this game like 3-1, despite not creating much. It just feels like one of those random games where the form just... Not that we're in great form right now. We're sort of win-losing currently. Right, big header needed. Is that guy really tall there, striker? This Verbruggen guy. He seems to be doing very well against our defenders. He's not super short, but he also has no jumping reach. It's weird how easily he's winning headers against guys that are like 6'2". Maybe he's got like... He can't even have springy feet. Here we go. It's Sven. On the ball. Let's go, buddy. Come on. Whip it across. There is zero chance that that is a penalty. Keep playing and building a nation save. Well, in the end, I did stop because it reached a point where I just feel like we weren't going to be able to progress any further. Massinello now scores from the spot. I mean, that is a nonsense penalty that we should never have been given. It's just... And that's where the rep comes in situations like that. There's just no way that was a penalty. Particularly as I feel like our players make tackles like that all the time and we never get given penalties against us for the same thing. But sometimes you just need a penalty, I suppose. Yeah, as... Okay. Yeah, cool. Fucking hell, man. Wow. Okay, we move. I still feel like we can get this, but bloody hell. It's a frustrating one. Changes at half-time. New goal in the summer, though. The thing is, right, we can try that, but he's actually been okay today. Made an incredible save. Are we going to be able to sign a goalkeeper whose attributes are any better than this guy in the summer? It's unlikely. Yeah. Also, it's just a goal from a corner. Like, it's frustrating, but it just seems that there's always a free player at the back post for AI corners a lot of the time, even when you specifically have set them up to mark them. The biggest problem for us is not really Van Wraith most of the time. It's the inability to score goals. Now, today, actually, we have overperformed for once. It's another good header. Look at this shit. Fucking hell, man. It is ridiculous, isn't it? What is this nonsense? What did he... Flick... But look, how is he able to... I like the part where he managed to ghost through his body to reach the ball, even though he's in front of him. That's always awesome when that happens. That's incredible. Oh my goodness me. That's actually very bad. I must admit, I actually didn't think that we would lose this game. I thought that we would end up winning it by playing poorly, just because of rep. Well, there we go. Yeah, no, we weren't very good, remember. We got most of our XG was a penalty in that game. Losing to the worst team in the league by a considerable margin at home as well does suck a little bit, though. Fundamentals, possibly, but then so do the other teams in this league, because these guys would be good enough for their squads too, which makes you wonder why those defenders on the other teams that have the same quality of mentals don't make the same errors. Or sorry, they do, but don't make them at the same regularity, I suppose. That was me saying we won't get relegated, and we probably won't. We've already got a point per game per se, even if we lost every game for the rest of the season. It's just, yeah. It's not really a lot you can say about it. I hate being in a situation where it doesn't feel like you're really in control of what you can do about it. Because statistically, we're just winning games every single time, and then we just don't actually win the games. It feels like the morale has really started to take a hit now as well, because we've lost 3 of the last 4. That one we actually were kind of bad, weren't we? Or were we? Oh no, sorry, my bad. No, that was an even game we just lost. Where are we at now? -10. -10. Similar all season. Yep. We thought it was like, you know, balances itself out over the course of the year. Best player? Nobody. I don't think it would be fair to call anyone our best player at the moment when they couldn't score in a brothel. And now we get to play. We'll probably go and win that game as well. Now, Valentin is the one guy I feel like that's been reliable this season, and even he's kind of gone off the boil a little bit lately, but I suspect that was partly with me meddling. Valentin has his moments. He has scored a few pens for us, in fairness. Exactly. It's... Who we... Oh, that was the guy that was linked with someone else. Squad Dynamics recently. They've improved a lot since the start of the season, which is important. Even Smatesy. Even he couldn't have the impact that he wanted. Maybe we just start Smates next then. No, I think Haidini not starting that game. I think we are definitely worse without Haidini in the team, even when he doesn't put up the best contribution numbers. That's not new. Like, we have had issues in the past with that part of the tactic not always quite working, even when we're winning games and creating chances. Today, the issue is we're just not doing that. I think this is still... Yeah, this is fine. So we're actually still at 68%, despite that. Where do they consider mid-table to end? It's curious that they're rating us as highly as that. Maybe they're taking into account the fact that we are topping the XG table. Yeah, I think Haidini just needs a run now. I think Lebro, Haidini, they can do the stuff. I think my little experiment in the last game of starting the right back on the left back spot because the left back had been struggling a little bit was a mistake. But, you know, you don't learn unless you try stuff like that. Because I feel like at this point, I'm totally happy tactically. I feel like it's just the personnel. But one of the only things we can control at this point is where the personnel that we have play on the pitch. And I think it was worth giving it a go. Because we're not going to get relegated and we're not going to get promoted. So it might as well just like... What I'm really excited for, actually, is the youth intake more than anything else. It is mad that we're 10th. We're not quite Cape Town Spurs bad. The thing is as well, with Cape Town Spurs, we were expected to be a really good side. Pick up the trialies, we can't because we're out the transfer window. Oh, we probably could, but they're not going to start over... The thing is, those trialies were all in the very position of our best player who's actually playing well, and so any of them that I signed would end up being secondary to him, and it just seems like a waste of money at this point. Support manager... Support the manager, that's the big factor. It's really not. That's better than it was when we got here. Bear in mind, when you get to a new club as in a journeyman save, particularly a club that's been in an absolute toilet water for the last several years, this is tiny. So this has continued to grow for the most part because we've only been here a short time and we have low rep. That's got nothing to do with that. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have had any success in Cardiff either. Although our rep was at least a bit higher. The support of the manager thing is what really matters in terms of that sort of stuff is the team cohesion, which is actually really good, which is nice. I would say the least important of the 3 things there is the support of the manager. That's the sort of stuff that makes you like lose the dressing room and will get you sacked potentially. Not in this case, obviously, because we're performing completely in line with what the board want, right? That's good, MD. Hopefully you have better luck than me. Just don't manage in the Belgian third tier. Yes, we did lose that game, Norden. Yeah. We actually went in front from the penalty spot. They then immediately got a corner. Then they also got a goal where their striker was able to ghost through our defender and take the ball off of him. Just one of those things where he was actually not supposed to be in that spot, and the match engine just couldn't quite patch it up. Why Kakum? You love to see it. How's it going, friend? How was stream? Hopefully you're having better luck than I am. No, do manage in Serie G just because it's a proper good laugh. Definitely do that. Right. We need something to sort of break us out of this funk a little bit. We've got 2 away games coming up, which is really tough. Stream managing very good. It's true. I am putting up generationally bad XG numbers. Except, actually, no, I'm not. That's the one thing that is good. They could write books about us right now. Oh, chill transfer stream. I'm looking forward to doing that next week. Because a lot of this lot are going to get yeeted. Everyone else is surviving. Oh yeah, Serie G is great fun. Have you had a chance to play in the playouts or anything? Starting a new save because of FN25. Why is that? I wouldn't be dicking about waiting for FN25 to start a new save, particularly as even if it came out when they said it would, that would be like late March. So you'd still have like another 2 months. I say late March. They said March. Let's be honest, it's late March if it is going to be. You've got like 2 months to play a save. I wouldn't let that stop you from playing a save. Right. With OKT. Yeah, I think it was the sign for us really should have been, why is this random team in Serie G the only team that is willing to talk to us and give us a job? And then we found out very quickly after that why they were the only team in Serie G that was willing to talk to us and give us a job. So, oh, right. God, 11th is one of those horrible limbo positions, isn't it? Where you don't get, unless you do well in the Copa Serie G, where you're not going to be in the massive playoff. Yeah, shorter milestones is important, I would say, yeah. Doesn't do anything till 9. Oh, no, believe me, I'm that too, Eden. I've been really trying to break that habit this year, but it's just not difficult fighting against my own brain. I had an absolutely appalling day for mental health on Friday for whatever reason. Just woke up and everything in my day just seemed to just not work with my head. It was horrendous. What was the reason? What do you mean, Orhusby? Sorry, I've lost track. So if Southampton, fair enough. I don't know where Southampton are in this save. I think they kind of oscillate. I think, no, actually, I do know. I think they're top of the championship in this save, if I recall correctly. But yeah, pick like a smaller, a shorter term goal, perhaps. 31st of March. Well, I would bear absolutely zero to that at all. Wanted to talk to you. Oh, because they were absolutely desperate, and it seems like any manager worth his salt probably wouldn't want to go there. Oh, Lawrence is happy to stay. That might help. A little bit of morale boost for him. God, we are so dominant in this division, which is nice. And that was with us taking Johan Villain out of the squad as well. But they could be even further clear if we give him Johan back. Oh, that sucks, Aaron. That really does. I'm sorry about that, man. Whenever people say there's this like, oh, a date is listed here, until SI announce a date, there isn't a date. Until they literally come out with a press release that says this is the date that's coming out, everything else is just pure speculation because of like placeholders and whatnot, right? You say Pog made a pro debut? You love to see it. Feel pretty positive. That's good. That's a good attitude to have, man. Maybe this will be like a little. Well, I mean, as much as you can have a silver line in there, maybe the next job is the one that actually is your true fulfillment. But yeah, you know we're always here for you, man. Let's see. How is he not fit again yet? He's been out for 2 weeks now. Bench is fine. Switch that over. Bring back Lawrence. Despite being happy to say he is slightly better on that one at least. Also Sunday, yeah. Right. Do I keep Pittier in the team?
Oh, this isn't where
I think I still like Bo Miller's still not put up good numbers. Like a 6.8 when I'll give Pitty another chance. Here for all 5 hours. Aiden, thank you for the follow. The Japanese links. Oh, I hope so. That sounds awesome. Okay. I'm just kind of accepting my fate at the moment, it feels like. Marion as well. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Thank you both of you. That's very kind. Yeah, if you are new and you've enjoyed today's stream, even though we've managed to constantly be underperforming, that's football, isn't it? That's football and that's Football Manager. Like I always say when things are going poorly, it's things going poorly that makes the good stuff feel better. It is a pity for pity. Like, if he puts on another shitter today, then obviously I'm going to go just switch straight back again. Won the league. haven't accomplished anything, then don't. Like, at the end of the day, if you feel like you're not getting the fulfillment that you want when you're downloading tactics, then start to, like, invest some time in building your own tactics. Because I tell you what, there's nothing more satisfying than, okay, this is more of a do as I say, not as I do type of moment, because this tactic is, I'd much rather have the situation we're in with this tactic than be top of the league playing a 4-2-3-1 meta gegenpress, right? It's just more enjoyable that way. Can't get the rain without the rain. Yeah. Oh, don't make me bring it up again. I will. How do you work your saves? Hang on. How do you work your saves and what do you want to do? I'm not sure I understand the question. I realise that there are several questions in there, but I'm not sure how they pertain to each other as we are. Oh, wow. That's a good chance. Is Pity really slow? Or is Dylan Velociraptor really slow? I just want to see if Bo is any faster. That's us, Matt, not them. No, they're all kind of quite slow, actually. I just wondered if we'd put a slow player in, and actually, well, that was why we were getting beaten in behind. But actually, the combination of these two is more speedy than when Bo was in the team. Promotion, exactly. Oh, my Christ. I think FM's determined to make me not play it anymore today. Did you see that? Was that a pass? Yet again, that just randomly went to the opposition for absolutely no reason. Look at Pity here. Just, who is that to? What's his passing like? Maybe he's got worse passing than Bo. He's only 7 in fairness, but we are in the Belgian second tier. Christ. The passing has really been weird today. Like, our players' inability to do it. It really is a test of faith. That was crazy. It's like, you really shouldn't have put this guy on the team, and we're going to make sure you know why. Right, let's go. Let's show a bit of quality. How do you work out what type of save you want to be in each event? Oh, okay. I've been playing it for long enough and making content on it for a long enough time that I kind of know every time, because I like doing building a nation saves. It kind of became my thing, and I know that people like watching me do them. So it's actually a bit of a no-brainer there. As LeBro is in, can he finish? It's stuff like this is my point. You could put anyone in that position and they will just hit the post every time. Luke, thank you very much for the prime. How's it going, man? That's incredibly kind of you. But yeah, so that's the thing that happens. Cool. Good bit of play, actually. Really nice build up to that. Good run.
This one
it's
is
not even just today.
with
That's
American
just been this
cherry
season.
wood. No, the wood does not taste like
has
cherry.
been this season in a nutshell.
I was not going to eat it.
Every time a player gets through on goal, post. Or just an outright miss. Oh, that's another good pass, actually. Right, drip it across. Don't you dare shoot. Oh my god, that hit the post as well. It's a goal, and we are level because it's a really nice bit of play. But LeBro has somehow managed to put that using a database. Every save you do is using a database, but yes, we are. We have a custom database that adds basically every single league in Europe. At least Devils didn't shoot. But look at that. LeBro still had to put that one off the crossbar. I can't believe it. Does that still count as woodwork? No. I wonder if it does count the ones that hit the post and go in as woodwork on that other screen. Because we counted up the number of times we hit the post or bar, and it doesn't compute in any way to the one you see in that other screen. Because this one I noticed doesn't count when you clip it when you go from corners and stuff either. We should be 2-1 up here. We've had 2 golden chances. At least LeBro has made up for it. Do a save without a database? I could do. There'd be no teams in it or anything. What database are you using? I'm using mostly Timo's databases from FM. Well, not from FM Scout per se, but that's the databases I'm using. It's Timo's ones. Because I've always found his extended databases to be extremely complete and generally speaking are quite good. Yeah. Cool. Back behind again. The misery continues. Can't win a header. Yeah, I mean, maybe the fact is that DeVos is actually not very tall or good in the air. Oh, he's 6'1" and has 12 jumping reach. That makes perfect sense. Who was the guy that scored the goal? To be fair, he actually looks like he's got pretty solid jumping reach as well. It is weird how badly our fullback, especially on that side, gets beaten in the air, even though he's tall and has good jumping reach. It's really odd, actually. LeBroas looks solid. These guys are a decent team. But yet again, same shit, isn't it? Create chances, don't take them. Our opponents get one little opportunity and it's a goal. input. I think you get that item quite a lot, which is hilarious because anyone with a brain would see it is not the issue, right? There are many issues, but that is literally the epitome of not being one of them. Yeah, I find that Teemo's ones, they're very consistently built, which means that they're... That was the post again, by the way. It's a very tight angle. I don't know why he's shooting. Oh, I said post again! It's a cruel joke. It is a cruel joke at this point. That's 2 more post hits. I'm going to turn the woodwork thing off, though, just because that's...
This one is constructed with American cherry wood. No, the wood does not taste like cherry. You cannot eat it.
I was not going to eat it, Carpenter Ron. I was going to lick it.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Hang on. Because people are just overusing it a little bit. Oh, dear. Breaking, I don't know. That's incredible. The first one, it's like, nah, fair enough, because it's a really tight angle. I don't know why he's even shooting from that angle, but he was. I love how it's only counted 2 woodworks, even though it was on 1, and we just saw it hit it twice in that play. They keep wanting to bring Regan Booty on as a left back, and as much as I like Booty Man, it's gone past the point of me even being annoyed about it anymore. It's just funny, because it is so silly. We are going to bring Booty on, though, just not in that position. I'm going to go with... Does it actually matter who I bring on? They're just going to hit the post and leave anyway. We could go with a somber. Maybe leave it at that. I probably shouldn't be bringing on Sven in these positions. I probably should be more likely to bring on Ngoy to try and make something happen for us there, but I feel like Sven is actually going to do something because it's just what he does in games, right? Oh, that's a bit of luck. We've actually got a bit of luck there. LeBro. He's gone a bit wide, unfortunately. Hits the post, refuses to elaborate. Yeah, exactly, yeah. We definitely need to get better at set pieces too, because we've got some tall players. Massanello's ball in. Right, flick it up. Henry, it's a good hair, actually. Really good. At some point, you'd think they will eventually go in, but we've been saying that all season for 24 matches now, and they haven't been, remarkably. That is not the database that I'm using, JJ. That's a completely different thing. We've told you it's Teemo's databases that are the one that I'm using for this save, with a slight little tweak on another version as well. I think we'd be good value for a draw here. Good save. Really good save. To be fair, the players are also overusing the woodwork for sure. Nice little cut inside there from Smatesy. Seems like Stanley Edge's team has come back into the game a little bit more. That's going to be offside, isn't it? Oh, it's actually not. Oh, yes, it is. They have definitely had a big chance, which we were not privy to seeing. Got 6-0 to OHL over the Weasel Sport lads. We're actually sliding back towards the relegation zone at the moment. This is not a game that we've deserved to lose, but such is life, such is FM25. Oh, go on. Can we finally bail out a completely deserved point? It's going to be 3-1, isn't it? Oh, Massanello, love that. I love that he never gives up on things. I want something to build on. Like, a win here is a win. A draw here would be a very, very good point. Oh, slide him in. Slide him in. That's fine. Guillaume. He's the one man that could make something happen, although Massanello being down is really bad news. Pulls it across. It's Lawrence! It's a goal! It's Christopher Lawrence, and Seraing get a deserved equaliser. Whilst Massanello is down, clutching his leg. But Christopher Lawrence, come on! The 100-acre wood is proud of you, my friend. It's a nasty one on... Season's going appallingly, Ollie. Honestly. But at the very least, we've finally managed to bail out a deserved point here. It's a good effort, actually. Goalkeeper should be saving that, really. Maybe he was slightly unsighted. 94th minute equaliser, just to get a point that honestly should have been a win, but you know what, who cares? It's not a defeat. We should have got more out of that game, but at least it's something. It stops the rot a little bit, and we basically played to our XG in this game, even if the defensive side of things wasn't on it. I'm actually going to encourage the players here, trying to get some morale back. Yeah, the defensive side is where we let ourselves down there. We should have won the game because of that chance that Labro had where he hit the post, but that is it. That is what it is. They've redesigned their stadiums. POV, you're any of our players going through on goal. Happy with Fulham's January transfer. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I love all the signings that Fulham have made in January. I think each one of the signings that Fulham have made in January is going to have a huge impact in the season going forward. Basically, I'm genuinely really happy with the business we've done. Here I am celebrating a 2-2 draw that should have been a win just because it's better than us losing. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I don't even want to look at the fucking XG League anymore. A new hotkey with a specific thing, and like, no, unfortunately not. The game. So you know the hotkeys. The reason I don't bother with the hotkeys is because they don't let you add new hotkeys. All you can do is remap the ones that they have decided. The League expansion, I can, and I have. It's FM Scout. It's Tino's pack is available from FM Scout. There's other places too, but that is the place I personally got it from. We didn't beat Bottom of the Table. No, we lost to them at home because obviously we did. Doing business? No, we've signed nobody. That was the joke. Fulham haven't signed anyone in January or even sold anybody, I don't think. I think our transfer business has just been, wait, what window? We've done now. We're kind of being quite Spursy, actually, aren't we? Look at us down here, struggling like crazy with our positive goal difference. Hoogstraat have been a bit like that too, actually. We're getting so promoted. They might even promote us twice, such as our XG lead. -11. Oh, dear. Imagine if we had a strike. Imagine if we had a shadow striker that could do his job. It's nice to see Johan Villain continue to. I'm going to start making. Was I already doing that? That was silly of me, actually. Why is he on agility and balance? I think Villain actually could be very useful for us in the future. Just need to make sure. I think attacking movement might be more his alley. Ooh, yeah, that off the ball needs to be a bit better as well. It could definitely be something. Just pretend I posted the lift meme, but the lift is just full of posts. God, that lift meme was fantastic. Another little cash injection from the board. How kind of you, lads. I rate that. The debt's still massive. Zeki Chelik. Wait, we're actually signing someone. Is this the Postman Pat theme tune? Oh, dear. Right, Charleroi away is in 7 days' time. We've actually only won one of our last 5, in fairness. I'd be curious to know, out of pure interest, in those 5 games that we've only won one of, what should we have got? So we've got 4 points from our last 5 games. That should have been a draw. So that's 1 point. That should have been a win, and it was. There's your 4 points. Veteran, we were the better side. That should have been a win. That should have been a draw. That should have been a win. I wish I hadn't done that now. Yeah, I'd not heard anything about that. I wish I'd never looked. Now, obviously, the XG, the Exploited Points League, doesn't do it as basically as that. You could win a game by a massive amount on the stats-wise, and it'd still only really credit you like 2.5 points for it.
Here's a fun fact.
Oh, well, I mean, if it's been here we go, then we're in. Wang Ji, thank you for the follow. Load of trans. Tell me about what... I'll be honest with you, chat. I don't know much about Zeki Chelik. Let's find out together. Oh, during the game. Oh, so is it not? Is this because because of Tete's injury and Castagna's not really... I don't know the exact way that it calculates it, but essentially it just looks at the XG that you've created in a game and it allocates like a points value to it between 0 and 3 on a decimal based on how much of that share you essentially had, I think. That's probably how it does it, I believe. I think you're probably right, Norton. It's basically, yeah, your share of it as a percentage combined by 3. Which is why, usually, in order to win a league, you have to overperform it, because even if you technically won every game, you would never deserve to win every game. So you always sort of end up... It feels like the team that wins the league is almost always overperforming it, just because of the way the model works. King David's Codes, thank you for the follow. Because say you have a game where you're like, you get like 3.8 XG, which is insane. You do really, really well, but your opponent still gets like 0.5 and you still win 3-0. It'll still only credit you with like 2.7 for that. Could this difference in XG suggest I need to change tactics? I'd love to hear your explanation as to why that's true. The XG is the thing that's created by the tactic. So the evidence that the tactic is creating solid chances is the fact that the XG is good. If it was down here, then we'd be like, yeah, shit. But the issue is the exact opposite of that. As in, what it actually shows, in a way, is that the tactic is extremely solid. Which is good to know. It's nice to know and be like vindicated by that. Ah, sorry, I stumbled a little bit there, Davis. No, it's fine, Gareth. But yeah, basically, if you're in a situation like this where you're underperforming your XG by quite a serious amount, it suggests that it's the personnel. Because what you've got essentially is a tactic that is creating a lot of good chances. You're just not taking them. And that's something that you can put down to your personnel. But it makes you feel a little bit helpless because it's not something you can immediately impact, but it does also mean that you've got a really nice, easy way out of it, right? Also that, and I'm extremely stubborn. I don't like changing tactics, especially not for no reason, right? I think, bear in mind as well, in the summer, not that these guys are going to have an immediate impact on us, but we do also have all of these guys joining us. One of them is bound to be good. And also, remember, we've also got, coming up, our youth intake. And I think we might actually get some usable players in it too. Like, this summer for us here, we'll have more time to think about what we want to do and where we want to strengthen. Because I think there's certain parts of our personnel, I think, work really well. I think the CM is fine. Although, you know, there is always the risk of losing EM, so we need to be prepared to do that. But at least we know that part works well. I think the DMs work totally fine. I think Henry is the natural successor eventually to that spot. I think the right back works really well. I mean, basically, I'm just going by who's got good average ratings in our tactic, right? So the left wing spot looks really tasty as well. These guys are doing just fine. DeVos looks really decent as well. Chamsy's not going to get a lot of rating because he's a ball-winning midfielder. It's the right wing spot, which has always been a bit of a bugbear for me. The shadow striker is the crucial part, really. This league is semi-pro. We got Robbie Cooper. I actually had a look at Robbie Cooper out of interest just to see if we could get him on loan. No. He's now down in Aberdeen's reserves, but he earns 2.7 grand a week. I think what we really need to do is we need to find the guy that's going to be the shadow striker. Now, LeBro, who I think I'm willing to give, unless we get an absolute Donny in our youth intake, I'm willing to give LeBro the rest of the season in that role now. And if he continues to put up good numbers and we start to sort of slowly claw a bit of it back, because it's tough to get it back, then maybe we're onto the right track. The thing I worry about with LeBro is his composure. He only has 5 composure, and I think it's things like that that make him miss those chances, like the one he had against the last game, wasn't it? The one where he hit the post. His favourite for 160 jobs. Hey, shout out to him. Man's going to be very, very employed. Do you reckon Metzel let us have classy neck? He may be on like 17 grand a week. More of a playmaker than Fish. Yeah, which in a way actually is fine because it can bring other players into play. And it does seem to have improved players around him, potentially. But we want to we kind of need a guy that can do both. And if he's going to do one of the two things, it kind of needs to be the scoring thing because there's a lot of playmaking coming from elsewhere in the squad. J-Pro, thank you for the 25 months. I hope you've had a lovely Sundat. I'm going to get to the next game. I'm going to go grab a strawberries and cream Beppis. Because Pog and I went shopping on Thursday night and they had them on Club Card, which was fun. There could come a time when the neck is legitimately an option for us. Just not yet. A what? Yes. A strawberries and cream Beppis. Please, at 75% of wages. Jesus Christ. Is it so it's an option to buy, not a mandatory clause? 3, they use the option. Wow. Rashford at Villa is just going to be so strange. I have Bagpuss. It is so good. Initially, I got a bit... You know that thing where you got something you really want to try? You put it in the fridge and then you have some before it's really cooled down properly? Tesco's and Morrison's kind of guy. Tesco's, because there's not really a lot of Morrison's around here. There's one, I think, in Cambridge, maybe, but I'm not sure where. Morrison's, there's a lot more of them up north. They're branching out more. Mint flavour kicker. I'm not really a fan of mint flavoured things in general, honestly. But yeah, I had one yesterday when it was like ice cold and it was, I was going to say fire, but obviously that would be silly. Yeah, LeBron's actually got really good ratings, doesn't he? 3 goals in 6 games. And still underperformed his XG, but it's minor. Yeah, there's just not a lot of Morrison's around here. So, plus we have a Club Card and there's loads of Tesco's around here too. Rashford would be the Duran replacement. They can sell him to Saudi in the summer. Right, I'm going to quickly have a pee, and then I'm going to go get my Beppers. Back in a sec, chat. It was, of course, Eggert Jonsson. I love that most of the time, because I do these the day before streams, it's just one of the things on my checklist for, like, whatever day I'm on. I often forget who the player is, and usually I remember by just seeing it in chat when I come back into the room again. So there's that. Where is Ross Barkley in all this? The important questions being asked there. Also, even the can is dope. Like, they didn't just go, oh yeah, we'll just do a normal one with a little bit of colour on it. No, you get like a proper... Even the cans look nice. And it just tastes fire.
Swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a
Captain, thank you very much for the follow. Is it Tesco's exclusive? No way, I didn't know that. It's actually on Club Card as well at my local. I assume that's kind of universal, right? Agreed, Weasel Farmer. It doesn't taste anything like Pepsi, no. It's most, most of the flavored Beppis is like, the mango, the lime, the cherry. They're all Beppis, but with like an infusion and a little bit of extra flavor on the side. This is not that. This is like its own thing that tastes like a sort of fizzy version of, Campinos, those old sweets that you used to be able to get. It kind of tastes like, and I didn't actually really like them very much, but this is kind of smooth. It's kind of like a carbonated version of that. The flavor initially, I was like, okay, but it has grown on me. I've not been drinking too many of them because I've only got one little pack of them. I've been alternating with some mango Beppis. Yeah, I've always been more of a Beppis kind of man, honestly. I feel like their flavor selection at the moment, especially, is superior currently. It's playing a Pettersson in goal. Oh, God. The stick pucks, yep. It's fine. With any luck, this guy will get traded to the Canucks before the game can start. Cherry Dr. Pepper. Oh, I haven't tried that yet. They've got a Haitian up front. We said this last time, didn't we? Clear pepper. I don't remember that. I'm more of a Fanta man than a Tango man. I feel like I prefer the flavor offers. Thank you, Spike. I do my best with the can opening ASMR. Chat like it. I prefer the flavor options from Fanta than Tango. I don't really like orange flavored things. I realize there's orange Fanta too, but I feel like your fruit twists, your lemon Fanta is... Oh, sorry. The reason it's called Beppis and not Pepsi is because there's an old joke. This comes back from African Adventure Days, I think. I actually do have some Iron Brew in the cupboard. It's just not in the fridge right now. I wish they sold Iron Brew original recipe in packs, but I can only ever get it in B&M in like single cans. It's way too expensive. Right. So, interesting you say that, Desolate, because I was talking to Tom FM about this a few months ago, and he insists, and he's correct, that lemon Fanta is a holiday drink. I agree with him, but I do like drinking it not on holiday. I feel like the options with Fanta are just slightly better. I like a bit of fruit twist. I like Fanta Lemon especially. I think my favourite is Fanta Lemon. But Fruit Twist is banging too. The bro's already struggling a little bit, but that's okay. We accept that from him now. I've stepped outside. Stepped out the room. I'm calm now.
Here's a fun fact.
Crazy shit might happen to us for the rest of this stream. And I'm just going to take it on the chin in like the serene swan-ass motherfucker that I am, Josh Bro, thank you for the follow. How on earth is that not a penalty to Charleroi? So that makes me feel sick. Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to overdo it. You can always have too much of a good thing, right? Chat, I'm very excited because Pog and I are going to be out to order Dutty Pizza next week. We all Swan Lake. We are all... I saw so many swans yesterday and also Canadian goose. There was this giant flock of Canadian goose just landed on the river as I was running by and I was like, damn, nature. Go off, sis. It was tremendous. Dutty. Oh, Dutty is just what Pog and I used to refer to our local pizza place / kebab place as. I assume they have these things in other countries too. Basically, they're just that local takeaway place that doesn't... It's not a chain or anything like that. It's got the spit with the lamb in the background. They do pizzas, burgers, kebabs especially, obviously. And they're either amazing or horrible. Pog and I's one where we used to live was amazing, for example, and because it's sort of semi near my parents' house, Pog and I can order from there when we go stay with them next weekend. I do use a lot of random. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we're talking low hygiene rating, tremendous food. Now, to be fair, Dutty initially was a bit like that, but they actually moved more and more up market. Fish and chip. Yeah, so actually, it's funny you say that, Norton. We got a menu for a new fish and chip shop that's opened up in Little Downham through the door the other day. And so I must have put it on the bed and not realised that I'd made it into the bed. And I woke up the next morning with quite literally a fish and chip shop menu under my pillow. And I was just like, some people sleep with a gun under the pillow. I'm more of a fish and chip kind of man, as Guillaume hits the bar. But we don't care because it's what we do here. It's in our culture. We hit the woodwork and we move on with our lives. We do. We need like an abbreviations like guide for people for the things I say. I can tell you, literally, because I had my hands under my pillow. Oh, good. I woke up just holding this thing. And I was like, what the hell is that? It was a fish and chip menu. Tattooed on it. Oh, mate, don't make me go get the menu. Actually, where is the menu? Is it? I swear. It was just still on the bedroom shelf. There you go. Delicious fish and chips served here. Oh, this lot do kebabs as well. They got kebabs, combination kebabs, wraps, traditional fish and chips, fish platter, pucker pies, naturally, burgers, sides, kids menu, drinks, desserts, and also meal deals, obviously. But no pizza, and that's a shame. Colour and photo, I know. I mean, these photos are stock images, obviously, but still. Yeah, Pock and I, we did use a fish and chip shop that was nearby. We've only had fish and chips once. We have this random tradition. Whenever I get a haircut, we get fish and chips that evening. But I don't get a lot of haircuts, you see. So let's get on Johan. Maybe Smatesy Boy too. Just throwing stuff at it now. We're cooking. How much fish and chips? It is probably quite a lot, honestly. Just like a standard. Oh, actually, large cod, $8.99. We've never ordered from this one. They're not even on Just Eat, these ones, which is probably a good thing in a way. All the Coke crowns in a foreign language. Oh, yeah, no. If you've not got Arabic Dr. Pepper, is it really a good takeaway? Well, this is the thing, Mr. Enforcer. Basically, the only reason we've got these is because they just keep coming through the door. Our little thingy by the door where we just put our keys on and stuff. The drawer in that is just full of takeout menus. Because, honestly, the only pizza restaurant in Ely that has a bad reputation is the local Papa John's franchise. They've got like a 2 on Just Eat. Every other one, even like Domino's, because I know Domino's is very hit and miss, but the Pizza Hut here is banging. Like, it's actually really, really good. But yeah, the Papa John's, I was looking at the reviews last night just for the lols. Almost every single review is just, it never turned up or it was 2 hours late. Well, I don't mind Pizza Hut, but I find them quite expensive when you go to restaurants and whatnot. But the Pizza Hut here, because there's so much competition with the pizza restaurants here, they've always got insanely good deals on. So Pizza Hut actually becomes the cheapest here. Yeah, cheesy bites are my favorite thing in the world. They're tremendous. I guess we did all right there. We were away from home. We didn't play that well, but we got a point. That's actually the first lucky point we've had for a while. But the Tim Hortons, oh no. Can't be doing that. I would cook it. Yeah, no, of course I mean, you can do all sorts of things, right? You can, on a nice summer's day, I could go get a beer out of the fridge, but sometimes it's nice to go to the pub with my mates, you know? But yeah, I see what you mean. It's like how cinema went from being really cheap to quite expensive, but they changed the entire sort of experience around now with the comfy seats and the reclining and all that sort of jazz, and suddenly it becomes like an entirely different thing. Then they stopped making good films as well, which sort of made it was even easier to not go to the cinema. No longer wants to join. Oh, nice. Wait, did he really say that? Okay, Death Watch is going to be out for a little while. Dirty Pizza Place. This is the thing, Christian. We were actually discussing this last night. Pog and I were like, there was that one that I thought I'd found, but I was, in the end, it just wasn't doing it for me. So we're going to try it. There's a couple that we've got in mind. One is like a pizza kebab kind of place. So that's a potential option. 3.9 on Just Eat. Not that we'd order from Just Eat, but we used it to find them. Yeah, no. Look, cinema. That's a really good deal, actually. The problem is, if I paid something like that, I would never go to the cinema anyway, because there still wouldn't be anything I'd want to watch. So I'd just be paying money for nothing at that point. But I guess it depends on what you like in films, right? That's actually quite a lot of players. Wait. I don't remember them recalling him, but apparently that's a thing that's happened. Who's this? Maxime Limbombe. Pog and I are going to try out Arbuckles. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. Which is going to be interesting. I think this guy is... These are fake stars. Like, he's a good player. But... no consistency. Right, yeah, he's unhappy, which is good for us. Let me just ask his agent. Wouldn't be interested in joining us. So why am I being recommended him as a player then? Why is his agent bringing him to me if I can't then sign him? Strange. Try and bring a peach into watch. I know, the bastards. To be fair, when Pog and I saw the Barbie movie a couple of years ago with our mates, yes, Patrick, and we just went into Sainsbury's before and just bought a load of random crap. I think I probably during the course of that film had about 6 of those like canned cocktails. I was blasted. It was great. He could become free, I suppose, but there is other fishies in the sea. He's a Houdini that can't play left mid. Yeah, exactly. But he'd want more money than Houdini too. Could we try and loan a guy from the LAFC? Of course we can't. We're not in the transfer window, Matt, you moron. Blue Hig, thank you for the follow. Show yourself to be bougie. Hey, that man brought us the slightly unidentifiable animal. We should all appreciate him. I miss him. We've got a guy called Megadad here. Noah Megadad Manette. That's a great name. Oh, end of contract. £800 a week. Fast. He could be a good little Massanello replacement. Does have a competitive streak, so we'd expect at least 1 red card a season, but he's got no issues with consistency. You didn't see the unidentified animal. Ah! This. Now, you're thinking giraffe, but there's things about it that look kind of llama-like as well. And the tail, and the face as well. There's several things about it. We're like, not entirely... Basically, Patrick just rocks up on the doorstep and just hands me this. And he was just like, we could have got you a candle, but like, this is way more of a... way more of a conversation piece. This product was made with safe paint. We care. Good to know. So yeah, he lives up here. Along with the note, which, remarkably, I still have. So next time Townicus is in chat, I can read him the note. The text is fading slightly. Can you lick it? That's true. It's cherrywood. Yeah, I used to be... My ex-girlfriend was really into horror films, so I saw loads of horror films, and I kind of got, like, burned out on it, essentially. Have you read it? No, I don't read the note. It's not what we do here. Thanks, Mike. I mean, that clip is one of my favourite ever. From the old school stream days. That was in, like, 2020. But, yeah. Yusuf Kamara. Oh, my God. He's at Genk. Imagine if he was a free one. New logo of a... Oh, God. Yeah. I feel like we're going to need... Like, we hit the woodwork so much that the Lorax is going to start getting on our asses about deforestation at this point. It's actually getting that bad. Let me just look up Fat Chile. Best I can do is... Luke Shaw. Why does that come up? Why does Luke Shaw come up with Fat Chile? Oh, I love that for him. I actually don't, in a way. Oh, is it Key? Fat Chile. Speak for the trees. No, you don't. I've seen you. Oh, it's a club. Oh, yes, it is a club in Macau because I remember seeing them when I was doing the Asia section. Got to get through all the lads called Macaulay first. Sometimes it's better where there's a nation with less... Oh, there's actually quite a lot of clubs in Macau, isn't there? Christ. I was a little bit disappointed by what Macau had to offer, honestly. There's a club called Outdoor, but not as much as you'd like. There is a club called Karting, though. We do like that. God, Hadrian's seen something, which can never be a good thing. An extinct nation in your nations. Did it really? Hang on, let's search for it specifically. Borneo. Borneo Malay. I probably shouldn't have clicked that. I probably just started off some like time. I might not click that again just in case. That's weird. So Isidore Everard. Ooh. There's a few more Mets guys, you know. But I can't loan this guy anyway. I don't know why I'm even looking at it right now. In the summer, we might try the old loan a striker and then just play him as the shadow striker if we can't find a guy. Oh, I'll tell you what, he could be a fun one to loan in the summer, though. Oh, says the guy who's already loaned him once this season. That's probably not going to work, is it? There's a guy, Traore, here at OHL. What, end of contract? Ooh. He's on stupid money, though. Yeah, just loads of players that won't actually join us are being recommended to us, which is really good. Always like it when that happens. Dude at Cardiff here, presumably it's a similar story. Most of these are just loans, aren't they? Is actually anyone useful in this at all? A freebie. We like those. Actually, this guy's in our league. But not for much longer, he's not. It's the composure. I know we can't have the perfect player, of course, but we do need them to at least have... I'd rather him just have less attributes elsewhere and still have that. Dinolo Vibe. We like the vibes. I realize it's probably Viva. Oh, I tell you what. Actually, he's 33, but my God, has he got the work rate, the tackling. He could be amazing. I might trial him, actually. He could be genuinely very good. Has a hard... Not he can play anyway, but he would be the perfect ball-winning midfielder. Like, with the way that this tactic works, and the way that I use ball-winning midfielders in general, I've noticed it from the last tactic too, having a guy with insanely high stamina and work rate especially is vital to making this work. Where do we sit on the annoying league table? I always kind of hope that we don't win this now. He's got no agent either. Let me just have a little look. Squad player. £700 a week on non-contract. I'll give you a clean sheet bonus of like 300, since we don't keep those anyway. Unused sub bonus. Do you know what? It's not the end of the world, is it? Density populated place on Earth. Yeah. I mean, we obviously can't take a job in Macau anyway because we don't have Macau switched on. Oh, good. Another player out. Isn't he injured anyway? How did he manage to get booked while he was injured? We're up against the Weasels next. This feels like a winnable game. At least we've got a few matches in a row now where I feel like we can maybe get some points. Because it just seems that all we do is draw now. But I guess it's better than all we do is lose. But it would be quite nice to win occasionally. Because now we've got a couple of home games in a row against 13th and then 2nd. But then we've got Hoogstraten. Then 16th, 6th, 9th. Then it kind of... It feels reasonable. Hard set Malay. Ah, I see. Oh, shit. I can't believe that Thomas Vermaelen hasn't actually been sacked by this mob. That's what really surprises me. I guess they're kind of doing exactly what you expect them to do. Deist have been okay, considering how bad they are supposed to be. Wait, this guy's actually playing well? Oh, shout out to him. Oh, training report for Sven Smates. There he is. He is at least getting some upward arrows going, I suppose. The one thing I'd say about Sven, if only he had any potential, is that he at least is consistent, which means that if we could get him to be even vaguely good in terms of his attributes, he could actually be a very useful player for us at this level, because he wouldn't have those issues, right? Yeah, I'm all about the Macau facts. Right. Oh, damn, the tightness at the top of the Turkish league. Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, you can't see because my head's in the way, but both have 63 points, tied, and then Besiktas are 17 points behind them. Well, my Macau, we've moved on. I was reading passages from the local newspaper. Pereira potentially leaving. Do you know what? Right, if he's that desperate to leave, then just sell him and cash in now. Right. It feels like he's not played as much lately anyway. But I don't think we can really be afforded to lose any more bodies around the squad with Harry Wilson now being out for the next 10 weeks or something. Getting even. Smates does appear to be at least getting better. I can't argue with that. Even his corners have gone up by one. There is at least some green arrows on him. Today was, to be fair, I didn't even read the menu per se. I just read, like, well, I suppose I was reading it, wasn't I? The only other menus I have to hand is Pizza Town, Domino's, and Pizza Hut. But I am looking forward to ordering Dutty next week. That is going to be fire. Day before Vienna, get with the Dutty. It's going to be tremendous. Provided my car actually passes its MOT the day before. A little worried about that. I think it'll be fine. Nothing. Oh, another one. Go on, make it be Michael van der Pervert. It is Michael van der Pervert. Oh, you mugs! I'm not. Not doing 74 grand.
Oh yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Zodiac, thank you for the follow. Did you say, no, I didn't sleep with any of the other takeout menus yet. The night is young, Ragnarok. Yeah, 11 heading on Sven it's almost a bit of a waste of his attributes, really. I'd rather him have that in another position. Though, maybe we could get him on some back post crosses, like what our opponents do to us constantly. It's actually mad how much wage budget we have. We've got £31,000 in transfer budget available. So, oh, hang on, I know what I could do. Wait, hang on. Yeah, we can... We don't need that money. Cover that off. Bang. Belgium. Rest of season. Beautiful. Now we can actually scout the whole of Belgium for the rest of the year. It's not like we were going to use that money for transfers. We can't afford them. And we could get another £7,000 off of the Michael van der Pervert money. Spend the oil from an aerosol can. I guess someone has to. Like, I think with any of these ones that are like franchises, it varies so heavily. Like, the local Domino's where we used to live was genuinely awful and was rated as such. WF40? Yeah, that was one of the few complaints I used to have about Dutty sometimes. Was they would never They one of those restaurants that would like, it almost infused it with a cut rather than actually cut the pizza. Negative scouting budget. So basically what happened was we ran out of scouting money and we were still scouting Belgian amateurs, and then because they were already set to be scouted, it was kind of like, you know, when I accidentally set all those players to be scouted in Brazil by accident. It was kind of like that. I think that Viber, consistent, amazing work rate, teamwork, tackling. I'd rather start him than Adams because he's just better. I think he'll make us way more sturdy there. I think that's a really good piece of business. Rich is made for Leila Barrow. Wait, no way. Yes, lads. Go on. This is amazing. Rich Leila Barrow is going to get a contract in the lower leagues of Belgium. If they could just take the other two guys I've got, that'd be amazing. Job hunting for Pog. Nothing really lately, although to be fair, she's been a bit distracted just because she goes through phases where she'll apply for like loads and loads of jobs in like a sort of manic when she has a really shit day, and then it kind of just fades because, yeah. Hopefully she can stick with it. But, you know, it's one of those things where I can't make her do that at the end of the day. She has to decide how much she doesn't want to be there and then take that and use that. I'm the same myself, you know. I spent most of 2024 not moping, but just having a really poor time of it mentally, right? And I feel like as much as I still have my down days this year, I feel like overall I'm battling through a lot better. And I'm proud of myself for that. I'm just hitting everything on all... You're probably just seeing constant content from me on constant different platforms, and in a way I apologise, but also I don't, because it means I'm doing my job correctly. I'm getting out there on basically everything possible. Trying to get some kind of content everywhere. I finally had a YouTube short that didn't do appallingly yesterday as well, which was surprising, considering it did amazingly bad on every other platform. But YouTube Shorts went, yeah, we'll take that. Off you go. That's great. It's nice. Feels like I'm getting back a little bit. Cardiff Drax recap, I'm hoping to get out on Friday, because I've got this week to basically work on it. I'm trying to smash it. I'm just trying to basically... Like I was saying before about how I'm trying to... just do as much as I possibly can and try to really just work very, very hard, you know? At least that way, if you never try, you'll never know, right? More okay content. Well, yeah. Plug away. Exactly. I just need something to pop. But to be fair, the video I put out on Friday is like moving up my ranking over the last couple of days, which is really interesting. So it seems to be... I think the reason is because it had a ridiculously high viewer retention statistic, which... I was not expecting, but I'm also glad because it means that the things I did that I was hoping would create that effect did indeed do that. Because I put way more effort into editing that. Even like keyframing individual flag movements with my hands and shit just because I thought it would look funny. I literally bought a Frenchman outfit to wear for 2 seconds of that video. Trying to stop vaping. I use an app called Flamey. I know that's not like the best help, but I haven't vaped in... Let's see, actually. I don't have the pro version, obviously. I'm not going to pay to do that. I'm not going to pay to stop vaping. I haven't vaped in 99 days and 17 hours. Which I think is part of the reason as well, I've been able to run a bit more as well. Just everything in there is just better. But it is very difficult. The other thing I would recommend is a fidget spinner or a fidget toy. Because a lot of it's more about the habitual side of things. I used to, back in the day, I would just sit there chaining it all day while I was editing and stuff, and it was horrendous. So having like a fidget toy or something like this, I'll show you what, is really... I never use it when I'm on stream because it clicks and makes horrible noises, right? But that's why I'm often playing with these. But I find that helps. Big thing, Metal French. Yes, I bought the French outfit specifically. Oh, it had more bits that I didn't even use in the video too. Ah, fuck. I just bashed my head off a light. So it came with the beret, obviously, which you can see here, which I did wear in the video. It also came with 12 stick-on novelty mustaches. And the very best part. No, it was an actual costume. Oh no, you think that's the best part? Wait for the very best part. Now, I didn't put this on in the video because I thought people might get mad at me. These are garlics, actually, I think. Better use all 12 must. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and the best thing is it's tax write-off. It only costs £5. I have used one mustache so far. Ah, tremendous. Those are the FN25 leaks I've heard so much about. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I told Emma, I was like, oh yeah, I bought a novelty Frenchman costume earlier. She's like, oh, what, for a video? I was like, yeah. She's like, how much of the video? I was like a second and a half. It's just, you know, and I'm glad I did. I think it made the joke work way better with the French stuff, to the point where you could barely even see it. But I was like, it's fine. I was going to do the whole intro dressed in it, but I thought it was more, yeah, it worked better otherwise. I go above and beyond. I'd written the joke ages ago when I wrote the script for that initially, and I thought, fuck it, now's the time. Right, we're going to bring him in instead of Shams. Then we can drop him out as well, actually. Did I say M? You're right, I did, didn't I? That's terrifying times. Every change in your... That would be quite a good idea for another video, is I just wear a different comedy mustache and it just keeps cutting and it changes. To be fair, it was actually a pain in the ass to get off because it's sticky and it's stuck on top of my actual mustache. Which I think in another way works as well, because I was wearing a mustache on top of my mustache for absolutely no reason. For the bedroom. Oh, no, I mean, to be fair, the one I used... The mustaches all have names, chat. The one I used was the Scoundrel. We also have the Smarty, the Rogue, another the Scoundrel, despite it looking different, the Casanova, the Party Boy, and the Bandit. And then there's 2 of each. But they don't look even that similar to each other. That's why you shave. I couldn't bear the thought of shaving. If I shaved, trust me, no one would want that. You'd be like, why is this child streaming Football Manager if I shaved my beard off? Where's the Fuhrer? Well, all right, Winston. Chill. Carpet bomb Dresden first, then we'll talk. Venus Uka is currently at Bilis still, actually. He's been there for a little while after his time at Mariska Merch didn't go spectacularly well. Chill, Winston, yeah. Okay. Right, let's go. Would be cool to win a game today that isn't against one of the worst teams in the league. That's the thing. I have to find a way to use the garlics as well, that I can make sure I write off in tax. I'm glad to actually finally be out from under that now. Finish paying off the tax bill. Obviously, I've still got the payment on account thing there, but that's in the future. And I think I'm literally just going to start putting every penny I earn from TikTok into like a separate thing where I just keep paying off the tax bill with the TikTok money. That might be my new plan. That way I just don't think about it as much. Right. Okay. Let's beat the Weasels. Pop went Dan Weasel. We did also lose against the worst team in the league, but we did win against the second worst team in the league. So there's that. I'm just hoping we can start turning this ship. And the thing is, the crazy thing, right? Even if we could still go on a comfortable, nice run and end up... The stupidest thing. Second place and promotion is still not out of our grasp. We're still only 8 points away from it. Decent money on TikTok? Not really, but it's... The way I look at it is, if I'm going to be using TikTok as a platform to grow other platforms, the fact that I was then able to reach a certain point where I was able to then monetize it, it was more like a bonus kind of thing. I think in like, it depends what you call decent. I think I've made like 60 quid on it in like 3 weeks. So it's not something that's like going to pay the rent or anything like that, but it, you know, it will cover like a bill here and a bill there. And I more use TikTok as a platform to grow others. So if I'm getting like a little tiny extra bit of money, then it's little things, right? It's the same as me trying to figure out how to monetize the second channel now, because I feel like it's just little things to be able to make this pie slightly more comfortable in a way. So I'm less worried each month, you know? Oh, that's a good pass, actually. Massinello? He was never going to win that header. He's tiny. That's... Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, that's all from the streaming, though. That's where the millions come from, of course. We're going to concede off this play now, aren't we? What a save. Van Race. That's a really good stop. Like a genuinely awesome save. Right, come on, let's go. We've been appalling today, actually. Like, really offering very, very little. Which is a shame. TikTok's buying that lake house. Yeah, I'm going to be part of... What's it called, Dan? Is it the Lamp Club? Oh. Okay. Recruitment focus earns £60 every 3. Hey, that's just... But that's the thing, James. The way I look at it is it's just building up little things like that can just... And then it slowly but surely over time adds up, right? Another stupid goal to concede, but that's where we're at right now. We've been crap in this game and deserve to be going behind. Yeah, Velociraptor there didn't do a great job. He was going like Jurassic Park and then got screwed. It's £60 I wouldn't otherwise have. So what's what I basically said to Pog was I was in the Lamp Club. No, it's called like the Lighthouse Club or I don't know. Some silly bollocks. Lighthouse Social or something. Oh, go on. Drive this across for a tap-in. Right. Cool. Good. Glad those are missed. Just that, what was that, a 0.58 XG chance? Yeah, don't be silly, we don't do those here. It's just incredible. They've been better than us in this game, to be fair. Hydini's on a 6.2 again because he can't finish his dinner. Delen's actually done quite well, considering he's the sort of backup for the role. How's Vice doing? Sorry, not Vice? Viva. Not great, but he is low on match sharpness. Houdini going missing is really shouldn't be such a massive surprise. I'm feeling Sven's mates again. We'll probably end up drawing 1-1 because apparently all we do is draw now. That's our new style. And it feels like the performance levels now seem to have dropped as well. Like, the chance creation has sort of dried up lately. Like, we're still not scoring them, obviously, when we do get them, but we're not creating them as frequently as we once were. Which is intriguing. It's like it's actually returning to the mean the other way. It's like, oh, you thought it was because you were creating loads of chances and you're just not scoring them. Actually, you were overcreating the chances. Well, this is nice. Little 1-2 there. Labro back to Massinella. This is better. Much better. Fucking Jesus. Incredible. Wow, that's a really bad goal kick. Hydini again. Oh, if he'd have just slipped that through, then maybe it was an opportunity. Oh, square it. And it's a tap-in for Mattis Labro. Gets the equaliser. Hydini actually did something good for once. Despite his 6.1 rating, he actually did a good. That was what I want from this role. This is all I want out of the inverted winger. Driving into this space, then going to the byline, but not too wide, and finding those little passes. Bang. I wonder if it's because he's actually left-footed. It's not going great, Mighty Drag. This should only be our second win of the day. Oh, sorry, no, we're drawing. I've just realised we're not even winning. Of course not. Don't be silly. But maybe we can turn it into something, potentially. That's another good pass. Haidini is finding space. Oh, my God. Look at the... He's going to shoot, isn't he? He's going to shoot. Oh, my God, he didn't, but it didn't matter. Is this the moment where Haidini finally becomes the player that can actually play that role for us? It's Seraing 2, the Weasels 1. Look at the space he got. Also, what is their backline doing here? Like, genuinely, what on earth was that from a defensive standpoint? If that happened to me, I'd be livid because their entire defense just stood there. What a lovely little performance from us. We will still draw 2-2, but I just keep hoping he'll change. But he has had a good game today. 2 assists. He's set up the play nicely. Guillaume's actually been really poor. I might be on Shams further up, perhaps. People's not been great. Lawrence has got better. For once, I'm actually not going to bring on... I'm going to go Smates, but off the left-hand side instead. Yeah, what do you reckon? Such a high win number. Hang on. I'm not sure I understand the question. Why do I have such a high win number? It could be a translation thing, perhaps. Total football, good. Very solid work. Here we go. Here comes the equaliser. Remember as well, the goal that they scored to go ahead in this one was just yet another random defensive error. Oh, he could have slipped him in there. I'd like to see Sven do something off the left-hand side. I feel like he's never really managed to do a lot in that role. Imagine if we scored a third goal. A Somba. Nice. Give it Haidini. Here he comes. Go on. 3 assists for Haidini today would be incredible. He's being unselfish. I respect that from him. It's nice. It's Booty. Regan Booty. It's 3-1. Regan Booty with the assist. Adams Shamdino makes it 3. This is better. Oh. Sarcasm error. Fair enough. Yep. That sounds like me. As many as 2, you mean? Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Sometimes it goes off the screen and I miss it. Hope it will change. There's nothing abusive about Poggy. Right. I'm in an abusive relationship with Seraing. Could we say that we're overperforming our XG? Haidini's had a genuinely good game today. He's found space and has actually exploited it. I want to look at the roles, the instructions I have on him versus his PPMs. Because basically what he did today is what I want him to do. Get into the wide areas, drift inside, but then still find space for a little pullback across. A little low pullback. There's the back post header goal. Oh, wow, I missed it. And I think that's how we get the best out of him. With those little driven balls across. That's where the goals come. This is a good result. Really strong. We scored 3 goals. And Haidini's got 3 key passes. He had some chances himself, actually, which he didn't take, but that's okay. Pleasing. Yeah, it would be hilarious if it did just suddenly balance out now and we just go on an absolute tear for the rest of the season. Yet 3 goals and no penalties either. Imagine. I think that's the first game this season that he's had where he's contributed to more than 1 goal. It still only keeps us 9th in the league, but we're now only 6 points off of the 2nd spot. 12 points clear of the relegation, so we're in no real danger of that. It's crazy how bad our goal difference is. Then again, of course our goal difference is bad. We've scored like 11 less goals than we're supposed to and conceded 7 more. Our goal difference should be in the mid-20s. Even on like the pure stats basis, our goal difference should be what? Plus 24. That's insane. Oh dear. I'll see you later, my drag. Yeah, Tuesday and Thursday, but not next Sunday. I'm away in Vienna next weekend. Well, for 1 day, and I'm just visiting my parents for the others. Okay, good. Let me have a little look. Target forward, shoot us off, and roam from position, sit narrower. I wonder if the roam from position is causing problems. He's got no traits. I wonder if having him stay wider. Because you notice how, in that position, he was... I feel like when he sits narrower, he gets lost in other teams' backlines, whereas when he stays wider, it stretches the play and leaves a bit more space. I think I might leave him on roam from position for the time being, but I wonder if that actually could cause him to get... What I basically want from him is inside, but then there. So making these kind of runs that arc towards the byline, but towards the byline in the penalty area and not out wide where a winger would likely to be. Where he can get those really nice little pullbacks. His dribbling, I don't think his dribbling is that good, but remember, we have dribble on more often on everybody because it just works in the match engine in general. Actually, it's 10, which at this level is probably above average, I would have thought. I can't remember where that comparison screen, where we could find that out, is. That might be my little change to try that. Because it seems like in that game, he just kind of did it naturally. Moves into channels he wants to try. Yeah, I'm just... The reason I don't like giving players traits is because what if I change my mind, right? What if I'm wrong, which I very often am? We can no longer finish 18th, which is good. Progress is being made. Although we are playing... Do you know what? We're playing Zebra Elites next. If we were to beat them, the gap between us would come down to 3 points. Obviously, there's so many teams between us and them, it's unlikely. Jesus Christ. I just want to try that little tweak out. Give it a couple of games. See if we notice anything different about his performances or the positions he's getting into. Because I wonder if he was creating too much clutter and wasn't in a position to receive the ball properly. Then again, oh, there we go. Richard De Libero has gone to KWS, or we will be going to KWS Club Laue. This is the thing, like, I'm not afraid to change the tactic, but I need to have a reason specifically why and a logical process that gets me to a conclusion rather than just going, something needs to change, but I don't know what. Because like I said, always, even back in the day, it was like, I don't believe this tactic is finished. I think there's definitely ways that it can be improved, but we need to wait until we have better quality personnel to work out how they adapt to it. Team would win, they hate that. Yeah. Never ever listen to... The only team meeting that I will ever do is the one where you're on a losing streak. Oh, this is third tier. Because second tier is... I think... Is second tier forced professional? I can't remember. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Lewis Baker, who is at Southampton, actually. He's wanted by someone. That's a good sign. It's a loan to Morecambe, which presumably means the summer. So you may get yourself a summer move to Morecambe. I hope you like Winkles. So just surely... Yeah, I don't know if it's as deep as that. I'd like to believe that it is, but I really... Given what we see when the game is doing things, I think it's unlikely that it is as... Oh, God. You're actually now listed for loan by Leeds. Not tremendous. Lower that of the position. I think that's nigh on impossible, Voider. There's no way that even if we went on an absolute tear for the rest of the year that we would come even close to catching up to our XG. Like, we are so far off of it now. Literally, we're minus 11 on goals scored. To catch that up in the next 8 games would truly be a miracle. Wait, did it say wanted symbol? I swear it was a loan symbol. But that's okay, right? The way I'm looking at it is, it would have been nice to do really well this year, but I actually think that we'd be better placed for it next year. No, you definitely don't have a wanted symbol. It's just straight up, that's just you listed for loan. You've got the little thing on the transfer case because you're on our shortlist, so everyone will have that on theirs. We did that one as well. Yeah, just get Regan booty bangers for the rest of it. So Adam Morgan, he is wanted by Cambridge United. Okay. Again, that looks like it's going to be more of a summer move. But at 20, they've got to be getting football. Then again, you've got 3 years left on your deal there as well. That's... Sometimes I wonder if these guys are actually quite decent, but because they're decent, they don't get enough game time at these clubs, and they don't leave either. Regan Booty, if you can get Regan Booty for your club, do it, because the game undervalues him, which means that he's always going to play better than it looks like he will do. So you pretty much, unless you're paying him a fortune, you're going to get a better performance out of him than any attribute would suggest that he would. What's Hydini's numbers like? Like, in 24 games, he's had 6.33 XG and 5.05 XA. Assists-wise, he's nearly catching up, but it's the goals. But he has no finishing ability. His composure's okay. But maybe what we can do now is by moving him to be slightly wider in the play, it means that he's not going to be shooting as much because he's going to have a weirder starting position. So he'll probably turn provider more often, and his XG will drop because he won't be in a position to score as often. But that means he'll be more likely to create more chances for other people, hopefully. Too old now. It depends what year of your save you're in, to be fair. How is the Premier League looking? And Man United still just on the cusp. Wow, look at the gap. There's a 14-point gap between 8th and 9th in the Premier League. Fulham here in 9th place are closer to the relegation zone than they are to the team directly above them. They're 9th. It's never too late for Regan Booty, let me tell you that. Palace have actually kind of cooked a little bit. Any F25 news? Nope. The only news is that the deadline they set for themselves about telling us anything about it has now passed. Luton are still not dead either, despite that. Portsmouth have absolutely cooked in League One. Wrexham getting relegated from League One. Wickham coming back up, for the looks of things. We just want to see what Redditch are up to, right? Hey, they've won another game. Was it against Needham Market again? Oh, Jesus, it was against Farsley. 94 goals conceded. They're definitely going to hit it. I love that, though. 2 wins, 37 losses, but no draws. Not a single draw. It's so strange. I have sat thinking, yeah, people have mentioned it to me today. It's not something I'm going to mess with. I don't want to break my game, basically, by messing with stuff like that. Just because I actually quite like the way the game plays, and I just don't think it's worth the risk for someone like me. But I'd be curious to know if anyone's tried it, right? I've already had a broken game before, and I had to get an SI employee to fix it for me. And he did. Shout out Jimmy. Yeah, it's definitely looking like Youth Intake next stream. Which is why I'm glad I didn't call today's stream Youth Intake. Because I didn't even get to within like a month of it. But it does mean we can polish off the whole rest of the season next stream. But with 5 minutes, I feel like we can still do the Zebra game. Swap in, swap out. Oh, really? Fascinating what they could have done. Yeah, I'd want to know exactly what changes are made rather than just black boxing it, because then I think it'd be really hard to know the difference. FM China do some crazy stuff. They find some amazing things in the game, in fairness. Do these games matter to us? They kind of do, actually. A nice draw would be fascinating. Yeah, no, but if anyone does try it, please do. I'm really fascinated to know how you get on with it. I don't think even if you guys were like, it's amazing, I don't think I'd switch to it anyway. Just because, again. But I'd be very curious to know what specific changes have been made. I was thinking that maybe in that last game, Viva maybe got a bit of a poor performance, but I think his match sharpness wasn't helping either. There's a chance if we can pull off a win here. Hook Stratton are a team that are not as good as their league position would suggest. They've overperformed by like 12 points. So I think we'll have a pretty strong chance of beating them as well. And then we got Union de Rochefortois. This feels like there's a chance that we could grab 4 straight wins here. Which I realise is bold as fuck. Because we've won 1 game. And I'm like, well, but what if we won 3 more in a row? Did you ever consider that? Some say I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that's okay. I'd rather be ahead of myself than be ahead of myself. Don't do that, Matt. Oh, you want a Henry VIII's wives? It feels like these ones are pretty much locked into relegation, whereas one of these guys could stay up. Yeah, that's true, actually. Curious to see how they handle it. Pity's done okay now that he's settled in, I feel like. Lawrence is going to be suspended here, so... Oh, good. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. We might be in real trouble here. I might actually have to pay Pity as a left back, which means Bo's back. Because both of them are suspended. Right, cool. Low tier legends. Oh, you can totally do that, yeah. Right, so Haidini. Let's see if he plays any better today. Now, I feel like we can go with Pity at left back because he actually can completely comfortably play the role, and he's right-footed. Which, as an inverted wing back... Well, inverted... No, he's one inverted. Yeah. That feels right. Yeah, I think when we originally signed Pity, I think they actually tried to get us to play him as a left wing back. Like, that was in their original thing, and then we obviously told them to piss off. But it's nice seeing our entire team is not really made up of loans anymore. Like, we still have some crucial loans, but our bench is no longer entirely blue. Labro is still operating at a goal every other game. Which, if you ask any Aluko, is a goal a game. So that's pretty much what you'd want out of a striker in this league, I'd say. I just want to see how Haidini does today. Like, if he does another, like, 6.3 random nonsense, then it suggests that perhaps that wasn't the only problem. Now, obviously, you come up against different teams with different tactical shapes. I wouldn't just throw it out immediately. I'd certainly be wanting to give it more of a chance. LeBron would not like that at all. Mikhail Mandrel. I recognise that name. So attempting live grenade. Hey, tell me I'm wrong. Is that manager called Tom Von Innocent? Because that's even better. You won't be innocent for much longer, because Haidini's about to do terrible things to these zebras, the likes of which the African savannah has never seen. It's noteworthy that inside 10 minutes, Haidini's already dropped rating. Also, how does he not have full match sharpness? He does nothing but play. Okay, let's see how he functions when he's actually on the play. So you can see he had a much wider starting position there, and it's at least allowed him to get the ball picked up, I suppose. I don't know whether that's done much. I was thinking I'd heard the name before, yeah. I mean, he did something there. He had a touch. See if he now peels off. Because him peeling out here as well should, in theory, allow more room for sprayed passes. Because I do wonder if he was sitting more here, it was, one, making it easier for them to defend, and two, getting a little bit too close to our shadow striker in a way, and taking some of the limelight, I guess, off of him. I just want to see if he's more available here for these kind of moments, to make a run into that space. I like the idea. Right, come on, get close to him. Big tackle needed. Ooh, a lot of space in the centre of the park. We've not exactly covered ourselves in glory there. And we're certainly not about to, because this is... Oh, pity's... I think he could have kept the ball there. That's a good pass. He's a bit too wide to surely score from that kind of angle. No, don't be stupid, Matt. Have you forgot that was not your player? That was their player. Silly. Did that deflect as well? I think the deflection may actually have what carried it. I think the deflection carries that in, as is the way. So lovely. How is that not offside? Yes, he deflects, but also... Is that the fullback? That's the fullback, so he can't possibly be playing him on side. So knowing that I can't... Obviously, we don't know when the ball's exactly left his fit, but he's offside there. Oh, that's forward. So I'll tell you what, I thought he might... I'm pretty certain he was offside there. Oh, thank you, Celtic Gamer. Don't know if you're going to enjoy the next one, because it has been a frustrating ass day. Oh, here we go. Tight offside. Sometimes the game doesn't actually show you. Fair enough. That was very, very tight. The reason I wanted to check before that was because sometimes it will just randomly move on, even though you've got it set up for tight offsides. I think if we lose 2 Zebra Elites, then that's any chances of promotion gone. Not that I was really thinking we were actually going to... Actually, sorry. My apologies. I did already say we were going to win 4 in a row, which I'm now standing by. We're going to. That one must be offside that time, right? Viber's struggled again. Haidini's rating has maintained a little bit now. Rules are like, yeah, if you do exclamation mark save, you'll find the sort of the rule breakdown, so to speak. Likely to be coming down. That's true, yeah. We'll check after the game, see who's possibly going to be joining us next stream. Wow, we've been... Not next stream, next season. One shot in this game is particularly poor. I do wonder if this is just yet more evidence that actually I've got as much as I can out of that role with the way that I set it up before, and anything I do is going to make it worse rather than better. But this is how we find out, right? We make some changes. Right, Haidini now loses the ball. Cool. Cool. I thought, right, he's finally going to run with it a little bit and we can see something happen. Oh, for crying out loud. I hate goals like that. Because they always go in. Good. Love those. Love those. I don't know. It just seems like this season, that's the kind of goal we could just concede. Just these random kind of... Like, guy steps there, they both miss the ball, everyone else is completely stuck still, and then they just score. They're better players than us do, in fairness. Aye. Yeah, I don't know if I even want Dylan Velociraptor back. They've had 2 shots on target and they've both been goals. I feel like we're not helping our goalkeeper. Most of the goals we concede, it feels like it's never the goalkeeper's fault. They're just sort of getting chances. Like, once a game, they'll get that chance, and it's always a goal. It's a shame. Oh, my goodness me. And then we play the ball like that, and it's always intercepted instead. That's a really bad bit of defending, in fairness. De Lenz has been caught well out of position. Good save. Right, price. Yeah, we got him luckily because he was free. He was released by Barry Town, of all places. It's weird that our defense isn't good, because I'd actually argue that, like, pound for pound, the players themselves are, and that's what makes it even weirder in a way. Like, they actually are quite good players. Yeah, Arigan got released quite early in the save, and as a result, he was able to join Wales, just not for us, as it happens. We've not been good enough in this game. This is like a completely deserved defeat, in fairness. It's just frustrating. Even the goals we conceded in this game feel frustrating, but we've just not done a lot ourselves. We're gonna go with Smates, right? Be rude not to. Booty and CM because reasons. Only other option there is Massinello. I'll just leave that. 23 says, yeah, no, Booty is insane in the match engine and has been for quite some time. And I really wish I could figure out what secret sauce he has that just seems to make him overperform himself. This is actually our worst performance for a very long time. We're losing, and we deserve to be losing. And I guess at least it's nice to be able to say that. He is extremely well. A bit like Guillaume, actually. Good save. Feels like usually we still score a goal. Ah, you silly boy. It doesn't help when you're semi-pro that every player you bring on is just going to be completely devoid of match sharpness. Any a pity with a 7.0 in a game where we've been crap whilst he's been a defender is actually quite surprising. Good to know that he can do that job, though. Lebro was dreadful in this game. Yeah, I think Booty has quite high consistency, does he not? Because he feels like he's always just been the guy for me. He's great at set pieces too, which generally will boost your average rating quite a bit. Because often you just get like a little 1 point, 2 point boost each time you complete a set piece header, you know? We're 11th in the league. It's disappointing, man. But this game is not disappointing because we just played badly. And I'm okay with that, right? Like, if you play bad, you deserve to lose. That would have dented this slightly, but yep, we are still 11th in the league whilst being top. This is actually mad. The only team I think that's actually been even worse than that in some respects is these guys, Union Rochefortois, who are minus 12 on expected points. Which makes even less sense considering they're only -1 on goals. Have they just conceded so many more goals than like it's physically possible? How have they managed that? They've conceded 8 more than they should have done and scored 1 less, but they're minus 12. Jesus Christ. I love how all the teams at the top here are negative and veteran are plus 14. Christ. Scoring goals all the time. Apparently so, yeah. Much like us, except when we're actually scoring goals. Heidi's got a lot catching up to do. Massinello's been slightly better. Lebro is at least operating around the number, which is something, I suppose. Booty has got to have... Yeah. Top of anything. It might as well be not top of anything, because, like, as much as we joke, this league is... It's not meaningless in the sense that it's good to know that we're creating enough to be considered the best team statistically in the league. But it is meaningless ultimately, because if you're 11th in the league, it doesn't matter if you're statistically the best team in the league. That is truly insane. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that are in like the high 6.9s though. But it's some of the crucial players that have let us down in places. And I think a lot of that is just down to the youngsters, right? Although Haidini has good consistency as well. He's just consistently shit. Yeah, actually, that's why I feel like the expected points one is actually more important, because no matter how much you batter teams, it's only ever going to award you a maximum of 3. That's what I mean. Like, so that one, if anything, is more interesting than this one. Let me just save it there. What consistency does Velosa out to have? He has Clever Girl. Well, the summer transfer window is already going to be busy because we've already signed 18 players that join us, but they're all players for the future. But yes, I suspect that it will be as we try. And we've got the money to play with too. Like, we've not been overdoing it with our wages or anything. So we've actually... Oh, Michael van der Pervert again. There we go. I'm going to take the money now. £150,000. We got to take it. Keeps the finances cooking over nicely. The debt is still £13.4 million no matter what we do. Let me just say that again in case I forget. So... It's fine because chat, I'm feeling the good vibes will continue into Tuesday, and on Tuesday we will get the youth intake, which is going to slap. We'll have all these players joining us soon, which is going to slap. And oh my god, I'm going to raid Mats. Got 26, should have been 5th. How can a team become 26th? Oh, the Champions League one. Sorry, yeah. I feel like the Champions League one is less useful because it's a much smaller sample size, but it's still certainly noteworthy, but it's only 8 games worth, whereas we're talking about close to 30 games worth that we've still managed to be that bad. But it's still very interesting. I hope I've spelled this correctly. I'll see when his picture pops up. Yes. MD Games, thank you very much for the 100 bits. So yeah, hopefully you have a 25. You must be dreaming, friend. So yes, back on Tuesday, we'll have a youth intake. We'll finish off the season. We're going to be good, and we're going to finish 4th. I might have a look at the set pieces and see if I can tweak that because we've just been so bad. That alone is costing us matches, not being able to score set piece goals. Whereas I feel like I can with Beaconsfield, so I might just import my Beaconsfield tactic and see if that helps us in any way. Anyway, yeah, thank you for joining me today, friends, as always. I know it's been a frustrating one in places, but we're still having a nice time. So yeah, be nice to Mats because he's fucking awesome. I love this guy. He was the Norwegian assistant manager at the FIFA World Cup. He's a lovely chap. And yeah, I'll see you lovely folks on Tuesday. And enjoy the rest of your day.